How Julius Caesar ignored every warning before the Ides of March. Most people think powerful people get taken down by enemies. Julius Caesar was taken down by something far more dangerous, his own certainty. By 44 BCE, Caesar had become the most powerful man in Rome. He had defeated rivals, expanded territory, and built a reputation that made him seem untouchable. To ordinary citizens, he looked unstoppable. To his supporters, he looked destined for greatness. And to Caesar himself, that may have been the biggest problem. Because before his assassination, the warnings were everywhere. Not one warning. Not two. A flood of them. Political allies expressed concern. Rumors spread through the city. Strange reports circulated through Rome. According to historical accounts, a soothsayer even warned Caesar to beware the Ides of March. His wife Calpurnia reportedly experienced disturbing dreams and begged him not to leave home. The closer the day came, the louder the warnings became. And yet Caesar kept moving forward as if none of it mattered. That is what makes this story so unsettling. It is easy to imagine that disasters happen because people never saw them coming. But many of the worst mistakes in history happened when the danger was visible and ignored. Caesar did not lack intelligence. He was one of the greatest military and political strategists the ancient world had ever seen. He could read battlefields, predict opponents, and navigate chaos better than almost anyone alive. But intelligence does not protect people from blind spots. In fact, sometimes it makes them worse. There is a psychological pattern where repeated success changes the way people interpret risk. Every victory becomes proof that their judgment is superior. Every escape from danger strengthens the belief that they will always find a way through. Imagine surviving one crisis after another for years. You start believing you have special instincts. You start trusting yourself more than the evidence. You stop seeing warnings as warnings. You start seeing warnings as warnings. That is the trap. For years, Caesar had survived political betrayals, military campaigns, and threats against his life. Every challenge reinforced the same message: I always win. And the human brain loves consistency. Once we build an identity around being successful, strong, or unbeatable, we unconsciously reject information that threatens that identity. Caesar may have been hearing the warnings, but deep down he had stopped believing they applied to him. Then came the final mistake. The people planning his assassination were not distant gathering across a border. They were people within his circle. Men he knew, men he trusted, men who had shared victories with him. One of them was Brutus. That detail has echoed through history for a reason. Betrayal hurts most when it comes from someone we never expected to betray us. Human beings are naturally alert around obvious enemies. We become cautious when dealing with people we distrust. But when danger comes from familiar faces, our defenses drop. Trust creates comfort. Comfort creates vulnerability. On the morning of March 15th, Caesar reportedly received yet another chance to avoid disaster. Historical accounts suggest he may have been handed information warning him about the conspiracy. Whether he failed to read it or simply did not grasp its urgency remains uncertain. What is certain is what happened next. He entered the Senate. The conspirators surrounded him. Within moments, the most powerful man in Rome was being stabbed by the very people he never believed would destroy him. His empire of influence took decades to build. His downfall happened in minutes. That is the brutal lesson. Most catastrophes do not arrive without warning. They arrive after warning after warning after warning has been ignored. People dismiss red flags because accepting them would require changing course. They convince themselves everything will be fine because it has always been fine before. They mistake confidence for certainty. Caesar's greatest weakness was not a lack of knowledge. It was the belief that his past victories guaranteed future safety. The warnings were real. The threat was real. The consequences were real. But once a person becomes convinced they are untouchable, reality no longer needs to hide. It can stand directly in front of them, and they still will not see it until it is too late. Why Socrates chose death instead of silence? Most people imagine courage as charging into battle, facing an enemy, or risking everything for victory. Socrates showed a different kind of courage, the kind that terrifies almost everyone. The courage to speak the truth when staying silent would save your life. By the time Socrates stood trial in Athens, he was already famous. Not because he held political power, not because he commanded armies, not because he was wealthy. He was famous because he asked questions, relentlessly. Questions that exposed weak arguments. Questions that challenged authority. questions that forced people to confront uncomfortable truths about themselves. And that made him dangerous. Not dangerous in the way a criminal is dangerous. Dangerous in the way a mirror is dangerous. Most people say they want truth. What they actually want is reassurance. They want confirmation that their beliefs are correct, their choices are justified, and their worldview makes sense. Socrates disrupted all of that. He walked through Athens asking people how they knew what they claimed to know. Politicians, poets, generals, and intellectuals often entered conversations confident they possessed wisdom. Many left realizing their certainty was built on shaky foundations. That embarrassment created enemies. Lots of them. Eventually, Socrates was put on trial. The official accusations included corrupting the youth and disrespecting the gods of the city. But beneath those charges was a deeper issue. He made powerful people uncomfortable. And history shows that uncomfortable truths often receive harsher punishment than comfortable lies. As the trial unfolded, Socrates faced a choice that most people would never hesitate to make. Stay quiet, apologize, promise to stop, walk away alive. That was the easy path. Many people expected him to take it. Instead, he did the opposite. Rather than begging for mercy, he defended his mission. Rather than retreating from his beliefs, he doubled down on them. Rather than giving the court what it wanted, he continued speaking exactly as he always had. To many people, that seems irrational. Why would anyone choose death over silence? The answer reveals something profound about human psychology. Every person carries an internal image of who they are. We build identities around our values, beliefs, and principles. When those principles are challenged, it creates psychological tension. The greater the gap between what we believe and what we do, the greater the internal conflict becomes. Most people solve that conflict by compromising their values. Socrates refused. For him, abandoning his search for truth would have been a form of self-destruction. His body might survive, but the person he believed himself to be would disappear. That is what made his decision so extraordinary. He was not choosing death. He was choosing integrity. There is an important difference. Integrity becomes truly meaningful only when it costs something. Anyone can claim to have principles when there is no price attached. The real test comes when staying true to those principles threatens your comfort, your reputation, your career, or even your survival. That was the test standing in front of Socrates, and he passed it. After being sentenced to death, he was given opportunities to escape. Friends and supporters reportedly arranged possible plans for him to flee Athens. Many people would have considered escape completely justified. Again, Socrates refused. Because in his mind, living while violating his own beliefs was not freedom. It was surrender. Think about how rare that mindset is. Most people negotiate with their values. They tell themselves they will compromise just this once. They stay quiet when they should speak. They look away when they should act. They trade long-term self-respect for short-term comfort. At first, those compromises seem small, but over time they reshape who a person becomes. Socrates understood something many people never learn. Every act of silence teaches you what you are willing to tolerate from yourself. Every compromise becomes easier than the last. And eventually, the person staring back from the mirror no longer resembles the person you intended to be. So when the final moment arrived, Socrates drank the hemlock and accepted his sentence. Not because he wanted to die, not because he enjoyed suffering, but because there was something he valued more than survival: his commitment to truth. More than 2,000 years later, that is why his story still matters. Most people will never face a choice between life and death. But everyone faces moments where speaking honestly carries a cost. A relationship, an opportunity, a promotion, approval from others. And in those moments, the question Socrates leaves behind is brutally simple. What is the point of saving your life if you have to abandon yourself to do it? The lonely downfall of Napoleon Bonaparte after conquering Europe. At the height of his power, Napoleon Bonaparte seemed almost unstoppable. Kings feared him. Nations reorganized themselves because of him. Armies marched at his command across vast stretches of Europe. He had risen from modest beginnings to become one of the most powerful men on earth. To millions of people, he looked like living proof that ambition could overcome any obstacle. And yet, in the end, he faced something no battlefield could defeat: isolation. That is the part of Napoleon's story that rarely gets enough attention. People remember the victories. They remember the military genius. They remember the empire. But they often forget how a man who conquered so much gradually lost the one thing every human being needs: the ability to stay connected to reality. Success changes people, not always immediately, not dramatically. Sometimes it happens so slowly that the person never notices. The more power someone gains, the fewer people are willing to challenge them. Honest feedback becomes rare. Criticism becomes dangerous. Gradually, a leader stops hearing what is true and starts hearing what is convenient. Napoleon was not born into that environment. Early in his career, he hungry, disciplined, and constantly adapting. He studied obsessively. He learned from mistakes. He understood that failure was possible, which made him cautious and sharp. But power has a strange effect on the human mind. The more often someone succeeds, the more tempting it becomes to believe their success is permanent. Victory starts feeling natural. Failure starts feeling impossible. And that is when judgment begins to slip. Napoleon won battle after battle. His reputation grew so large that many people stopped questioning him. Each triumph reinforced the belief that his instincts were superior. Over time, confidence began transforming into certainty. That transformation is dangerous. Confidence helps people take action. Certainty convinces them they cannot be wrong. History repeatedly shows that the most devastating mistakes are often made by people who have stopped doubting themselves. Then came one of the most disastrous decisions of his life: the invasion of Russia. Napoleon entered the campaign with enormous forces and enormous confidence. On paper, it looked like another opportunity to expand his dominance. But reality had other plans. The distances were brutal. The supply lines stretched beyond reason. The weather became merciless. The deeper his army moved into Russia, the more impossible the situation became. What makes this lesson so powerful is that many warnings existed before the disaster unfolded. Military challenges were visible. Logistical problems were visible. The risks were visible. But when people become accustomed to winning, they often stop giving proper weight to risks. Psychologists call this overconfidence bias. Past success creates the illusion that future success is inevitable. The mind starts treating uncertainty as certainty, and reality eventually punishes that mistake. The Russian campaign shattered Napoleon's army. The losses were catastrophic. The image of invincibility that had protected him for years began collapsing. Once that image cracked, everything changed. Enemies became bolder. Alliances weakened. Support faded. The momentum that had carried him upward for decades suddenly reversed. And here is where the story becomes deeply human. When Napoleon was winning, people surrounded him. When Napoleon was losing, many disappeared. That is another brutal truth about power. Success attracts crowds. Failure reveals who was genuinely loyal. Many people mistake attention for connection. They mistake admiration for friendship. They mistake usefulness for loyalty. Everything feels real while things are going well. Then hardship arrives, and suddenly the room becomes much quieter. After his defeat, Napoleon was exiled to the island of Elba. Although he briefly returned to power, the final chapter came after Waterloo. He was sent to the remote island of St. Helena, thousands of miles away from the empire he had once controlled. Think about that contrast. A man who once shaped the future of Europe. A man whose decisions affected millions. A man surrounded by armies, officials, and admirers. Now spending his final years isolated on a distant island. The physical distance was significant, but the emotional distance may have been even greater. Because for ambitious people, losing power often means losing identity. When your entire life revolves around achievement, what happens when the achievements stop? When your status disappears? When the crowds leave? When nobody is waiting for your next move? Many people spend years chasing success without asking what will remain if success disappears. Napoleon's downfall forces that question into the open. His story is not just about military defeat. It is about the danger of becoming trapped inside your own legend. The danger of believing your victories make you immune to failure. The danger of rising so high that nobody around you feels comfortable telling you the truth. In the end, Napoleon conquered much of Europe. But he could not conquer the illusion that had grown inside his own mind. And that illusion ultimately left him facing the loneliest defeat of all. The realization that power can win you the world while quietly separating you from the very reality that keeps you standing. How Leonardo da Vinci left many of his greatest projects unfinished. Most people hear the name Leonardo da Vinci and picture a genius operating on a level no ordinary person could ever reach. They think of masterpieces, inventions, scientific discoveries, and ideas that were centuries ahead of their time, and they are not wrong. Leonardo was one of the most brilliant minds in human history. But there is a side of his story that almost nobody talks about. Many of his greatest projects were never finished, not because he lacked talent, not because he lacked opportunity, not because he ran out of ideas. Ironically, he left so many projects unfinished because he had too many ideas. That is what makes his story surprisingly relatable. People often imagine that genius automatically creates success. In reality, genius can create its own set of problems. Leonardo's mind was constantly moving. One moment he was studying anatomy, the next he was designing flying machines. Then he was investigating engineering, architecture, mathematics, optics, geology, and painting. His curiosity seemed endless. Most people struggle because they cannot find enough interests. Leonardo struggled because he found too many, and that created a hidden trap. Every new discovery opened 10 more questions. Every project led to another fascinating possibility. Every answer revealed an entirely new mystery. To someone like Leonardo, finishing a project often meant stopping the exploration that made it exciting in the first place. Human beings are naturally drawn toward novelty. The brain releases dopamine when we encounter something new, interesting, or full of possibility. That is why starting projects often feels exciting while finishing them can feel exhausting. The beginning is filled with imagination. The ending is filled with details. The beginning offers possibilities. The ending demands discipline. Leonardo seemed especially vulnerable to this tension. He was fascinated by learning itself, sometimes more fascinated by learning than by completion. That is why history is filled with stories of commissions that took years longer than expected. Some works remained unfinished forever. Some plans existed only in notebooks. Some inventions never moved beyond sketches and concepts. Imagine being one of the most gifted people on Earth and still struggling to finish what you started. That idea surprises people. Because we love simple explanations. We want to believe that talented people succeed effortlessly while everyone else struggles. Reality is far messier. Even extraordinary minds battle distractions, uncertainty, perfectionism, and self-doubt. In fact, perfectionism may have been one of Leonardo's greatest challenges. When people care deeply about their work, they often raise their standards higher and higher. At first, this improves quality. Eventually, it creates paralysis. Nothing feels good enough. Nothing feels complete enough. Nothing feels worthy of being called finished. A project becomes trapped in endless improvement. Many historians believe Leonardo repeatedly revised, adjusted, and reworked ideas because he was constantly searching for deeper understanding. The result was brilliance. The result was also incompletion. That combination appears more often than people realize. Some of the most creative individuals in history have wrestled with the same problem. Their imagination generates possibilities faster than reality can execute them. The world celebrates their vision. They quietly struggle with their execution. And that reveals the brutal lesson hidden inside Leonardo's life. Potential means very little without completion. A brilliant idea inside your mind changes nothing. A half-finished invention changes nothing. An unfinished book changes nothing. The world can only benefit from what actually gets completed. That truth is uncomfortable because modern culture loves potential. People praise talent. They praise intelligence. They praise creativity. But history is often shaped by those who consistently finish. That does not diminish Leonardo's greatness. Far from it. His notebooks, paintings, observations, and discoveries transformed art and science forever. His influence continues centuries after his death. But his story reminds us that even the most extraordinary mind in history could not escape a universal human struggle. The battle between curiosity and completion. The battle between perfection and progress. The battle between dreaming and finishing. Leonardo spent his life chasing knowledge wherever it led. That pursuit gave humanity some of its greatest insights. It also left behind a trail of unfinished masterpieces and unrealized possibilities. And perhaps that's the most human lesson of all. You do not need a lack of talent to leave important work unfinished. Sometimes the very gifts that make you exceptional can become the same forces that hold you back. The challenge is not having great ideas. The challenge is knowing when to stop exploring, commit to a direction, and finally bring the work to life. The tragic blind spots of Alexander the Great at the height of power. Few people in history climbed higher than Alexander the Great. Before the age of 30, he had built one of the largest empires the world had ever seen. He defeated powerful kingdoms, crossed continents, and accomplished what many believed was impossible. Cities fell before him. Armies surrendered to him. His name became legendary while he was still alive. From the outside, it looked like the ultimate success story. But hidden beneath the victories was a dangerous problem. The higher Alexander rose, the harder it became for him to see his own weaknesses. That is one of the strangest truths about power. Success often creates the very conditions that make future failure more likely. When people first begin their journey, they are forced to listen, adapt, and learn. Mistakes have consequences. Reality provides constant feedback. Every setback becomes a lesson. But extreme success changes that relationship. The more powerful someone becomes, the fewer people are willing to challenge them. Criticism becomes risky. Disagreement becomes uncomfortable. Honesty becomes rare. And slowly, almost invisibly, blind spots begin to grow. Alexander was a military genius. There is no serious debate about that. His ability to lead armies, adapt to changing conditions, and inspire loyalty was extraordinary. But being brilliant in one area can create a dangerous illusion. People start assuming they are brilliant in every area. Psychologists sometimes call this overconfidence spillover. Success in one domain begins influencing judgment in completely unrelated situations. A person stops evaluating decisions carefully because their previous victories have convinced them their instincts are always correct. Alexander's later years show signs of this pattern. As his empire expanded, so did his ambitions. Every conquest fueled the desire for another conquest. Every victory made limits seem less real. He pushed farther and farther into unfamiliar territory, demanding more from his soldiers with each campaign. At first, his army followed him with enthusiasm. Then something changed. Exhaustion began replacing excitement. Years of warfare had drained the men who had helped build his empire. They had marched thousands of miles, fought countless battles, and spent much of their lives far from home. Eventually, many simply wanted to stop, but Alexander struggled to see the world through their eyes. That is another brutal blind spot of power. The more focused people become on their vision, the harder it becomes to understand the limits of those around them. Great leaders inspire. But when ambition becomes disconnected from reality, inspiration can transform into pressure. Pressure can transform into resentment, and resentment can quietly destroy loyalty. One of the most revealing moments came when his troops refused to continue deeper into India. After years of victories, the army had reached its breaking point. For perhaps the first time in a long while, Alexander encountered a limit he could not overcome through force, strategy, or determination. His soldiers simply would not go farther. Think about how shocking that must have been. A man who had spent years bending nations to his will suddenly discovered that even the greatest leader cannot command endless sacrifice. Reality always wins eventually, no matter how powerful someone becomes. Another blind spot emerged in his growing belief that he was more than an ordinary ruler. Historical accounts suggest Alexander increasingly embraced ideas that elevated him beyond normal human status. Some followers encouraged it. Some feared questioning it. That is the danger of constant admiration. When people hear praise long enough, they begin confusing admiration with truth. The world starts revolving around their identity. Their image becomes more important than reality itself. History is filled with leaders who fell into this trap. Not because they were stupid. Not because they lacked talent. But because they stopped hearing honest feedback. And without honest feedback, even the smartest person begins drifting away from reality. Then came the final tragedy. Alexander achieved nearly everything he set out to achieve. He conquered vast territories. He became one of the most famous figures in human history. He accomplished more before 33 than most people could accomplish in 10 lifetimes. Yet when he died, his empire immediately began fracturing. The empire that had seemed unstoppable depended heavily on one man. Without him, cracks appeared everywhere. That may be the most important lesson hidden in his story. Many ambitious people become obsessed with building something impressive. Far fewer focus on building something that can survive without them. Alexander mastered conquest, but lasting stability proved far more difficult. His greatest victories created a legacy that would echo through history. His blind spots created problems that outlived him. And that is why his story remains so powerful today. The danger is not reaching the top. The danger is believing that reaching the top means you can finally stop questioning yourself. Because the moment a person becomes convinced they have nothing left to learn is often the exact moment they become vulnerable to mistakes they can no longer see. Why Marcus Aurelius could not save Rome from future chaos. Imagine carrying the weight of an entire empire on your shoulders, making wise decisions for nearly 2 decades, earning the respect of history as one of the greatest rulers ever to live, and still failing to prevent the storm that comes after you. That was the tragedy of Marcus Aurelius. Today, people remember him as the philosopher king, the calm thinker who wrote about discipline, self-control, responsibility, and resilience. Among Roman emperors, he stands out as a rare example of power combined with wisdom. If anyone should have been able to secure Rome's future, it was him, and yet he could not. That is what makes his story so painful. Marcus Aurelius spent much of his reign dealing with crises. Wars erupted along Rome's borders. Disease spread across the empire. Political tensions constantly threatened stability. Despite these challenges, he remained remarkably composed. While many leaders become consumed by ego, Marcus focused on duty. While others chased glory, he focused on service. While others blamed circumstances, he focused on controlling his own actions. These principles are why his writings still inspire millions today. But there is a brutal lesson hidden beneath all that wisdom. Personal excellence does not automatically create lasting systems. In other words, a great leader can hold an empire together without actually solving the deeper problems beneath it. Think about a building with cracks in its foundation. A skilled engineer might keep it standing for years, but if the foundation remains damaged, the structure is still vulnerable. That was Rome's problem. Marcus Aurelius was exceptional. The system around him was not. Many people believe success comes from finding the right person, the right leader, the right genius, the right hero. History repeatedly shows something different. Strong systems matter more than strong individuals, because individuals eventually disappear. Systems remain. This is where Marcus faced his greatest challenge. No matter how wise he was, he could not personally govern Rome forever. No matter how disciplined he was, he could not transfer his character into every future ruler. No matter how intelligent he was, he could not guarantee that future leaders would possess the same judgment. And that is exactly what happened. When Marcus Aurelius died, power passed to his son Commodus. The contrast could not have been more dramatic. Marcus spent years practicing self-restraint. Commodus became known for self-indulgence. Marcus focused on duty. Commodus focused on personal gratification. Marcus carried the empire. Commodus inherited it. This highlights one of the hardest truths about leadership. You can build success through your own effort. But if you fail to prepare capable successors, much of that success becomes fragile. Psychologists often discuss something called legacy thinking. It is the ability to make decisions not just for immediate results, but for future generations. Truly effective leaders think beyond their own lifetime. The challenge is that succession is incredibly difficult. Many leaders become so focused on solving today's problems that they neglect tomorrow's leadership. Others assume their successors will naturally continue what they started. History rarely rewards that assumption. The skills required to gain power are not always the skills required to preserve it. And the values of one generation are not automatically inherited by the next. Marcus Aurelius understood human nature deeply, yet even he could not fully solve this problem. That is because some challenges are larger than any individual. We often imagine history being shaped by extraordinary people. In reality, history is usually shaped by the interaction between people and systems. A brilliant person can improve a flawed system for a time. But if the flaws remain, those weaknesses eventually return. That is exactly what happened to Rome. The empire did not collapse overnight. The decline unfolded gradually. But many historians view the transition from Marcus Aurelius to Commodus as a major turning point. The stability that Marcus helped maintain became increasingly difficult to sustain. And that is why his story remains so relevant. Most people focus on becoming successful. Far fewer think about what happens after they are gone. Businesses fail when founders leave without preparing successors. Families struggle when wisdom is never passed down. Organizations collapse when everything depends on one person. Marcus Aurelius achieved something remarkable. He mastered himself. But even one of history's wisest men could not fully protect Rome from the future. Because leadership is not only about guiding people today. It is about creating something strong enough to survive tomorrow. And sometimes the most tragic lesson in history is realizing that being the right leader is not always enough to guarantee the right future. The fatal ambition that destroyed Cleopatra. History often remembers Cleopatra as a seductress, a queen wrapped in luxury, beauty, and political intrigue. But that version of Cleopatra misses the real story. The real Cleopatra was something far more dangerous. She was extraordinarily ambitious. Not the kind of ambition that wants a promotion. Not the kind that wants more money or status. She wanted to preserve a kingdom, outmaneuver powerful rivals, and secure her place in a world dominated by Rome, the most powerful force on earth. And for a long time, she succeeded. That is what makes her downfall so tragic. Cleopatra was not defeated because she lacked intelligence. She was defeated because the very ambition that helped her rise eventually pushed her in risks she could not survive. When Cleopatra became ruler of Egypt, her position was far from secure. Political enemies surrounded her. Internal conflicts threatened her authority. Rome's growing influence hung over Egypt like a storm cloud. Most people would have focused on survival. Cleopatra aimed much higher. She wanted power, stability, influence, and a future where Egypt remained independent despite Rome's expansion. To accomplish that, she formed alliances with some of the most powerful men in Roman history. First Julius Caesar, then Mark Antony. These were not simply romantic relationships as they are often portrayed. They were political calculations, strategic partnerships designed to strengthen Egypt's position in an increasingly dangerous world. For a time, the strategy worked brilliantly. Cleopatra expanded her influence. Her wealth grew. Her political standing strengthened. Egypt remained relevant while many smaller powers disappeared under Rome's shadow. From the outside, it looked like she had mastered the game. But success creates a dangerous temptation. Once a strategy works, people begin believing it will always work. Psychologists call this escalation of commitment. When individuals invest heavily in a decision, they often become even more committed when warning signs appear. Instead of reevaluating the situation, they double down. The more they have invested, the harder it becomes to walk away. That trap appears throughout history. Business leaders pour money into failing projects because they cannot accept previous losses. Investors hold collapsing assets because selling feels like admitting defeat. Leaders continue risky strategies because abandoning them threatens their identity. Cleopatra found herself facing a similar challenge. Her future became increasingly tied to Mark Antony. As tensions between Antony and Octavian intensified, Egypt became entangled in a conflict that would determine the future of Rome itself. This was no longer just about protecting Egypt. The stakes had become far larger and far more dangerous. The warning signs were visible. Octavian was gaining strength. Political momentum was shifting. Support for Antony was weakening. The balance of power was changing. Yet turning back became nearly impossible, because ambition has a way of narrowing vision. When people become emotionally invested in a goal, they often stop evaluating whether the goal is still achievable. Instead of asking what reality is saying, they focus on what they desperately want reality to become. That is where ambition transforms from a strength into a liability. The decisive moment came at the Battle of Actium. Everything Cleopatra had worked toward rested on the outcome. Her influence, her future, her kingdom, her legacy. When defeat arrived, it changed everything. Antony's position collapsed. Octavian emerged as the dominant force. The dream of preserving Egypt's independence began slipping away. And suddenly Cleopatra faced a reality she had spent years trying to avoid. The game was over. What makes this story so heartbreaking is that her ambition was not entirely selfish. She genuinely wanted to secure Egypt's future. She wanted to protect her dynasty. She wanted to preserve her nation's power in a world that was rapidly changing. But good intentions do not eliminate consequences. Sometimes the qualities that help people achieve greatness also push them toward destruction. Determination becomes stubbornness. Confidence becomes overconfidence. Commitment becomes obsession. Ambition becomes blindness. After Antony's death and with Octavian closing in, Cleopatra chose to end her own life rather than live under the terms of defeat. With her death, an era ended. Egypt ceased to exist as an independent kingdom and became part of Rome's growing empire. That is the brutal lesson hidden inside her story. Ambition is one of the most powerful forces in human nature. It drives innovation. It fuels achievement. It pushes people beyond limits they once thought impossible. But ambition without the ability to adapt can become dangerous. Because reality does not reward effort alone. It rewards the ability to recognize when circumstances have changed. Cleopatra possessed intelligence, charisma, courage, and vision. Those qualities helped her become one of history's most remarkable leaders. But in the end, her greatest strength became her greatest weakness. She was so determined to shape the future that she could not fully accept when the future had already chosen a different path. And sometimes the most devastating defeats are not caused by a lack of ambition. They are caused by having so much ambition that you can no longer see where the limits truly are. How Niccolò Machiavelli lost everything he tried to protect. Few historical figures are more misunderstood than Niccolò Machiavelli. Today, his name is practically synonymous with manipulation, ruthless ambition, and political scheming. People hear the word Machiavellian and immediately think of someone willing to do anything to gain power. But the irony is that Machiavelli was not a man obsessed with gaining power for himself. He was a man desperately trying to protect the political system and country he loved, and despite dedicating years of his life to that mission, he watched everything collapse around him. Machiavelli lived during one of the most unstable periods in Italian history. Italy was not a unified nation, but a collection of competing city-states constantly threatened by war, invasion, and internal conflict. Florence, his home, was caught in this struggle. As a diplomat and government official, Machiavelli spent years traveling across Europe, negotiating with rulers, studying military leaders, and observing how power actually worked. Unlike philosophers who spent their lives discussing ideals, Machiavelli spent his life confronting reality. He watched governments rise and fall. He saw alliances form and shatter. He witnessed firsthand how easily noble intentions could be crushed by stronger, more ruthless forces. Over time, he developed a painful understanding of human nature. He realized that people often acted out of self-interest rather than principle. He saw that nations were rarely protected by good intentions alone. Most importantly, he learned that reality does not reward people for believing the world should work a certain way. It rewards people for understanding the world as it actually is. These lessons would later make him famous, but at the time they were simply tools used to serve Florence and help secure its future. Then everything changed almost overnight. In 1512, the Medici family returned to power and overthrew the Florentine government Machiavelli had spent years serving. The political order he had worked to protect vanished. His position disappeared. His influence evaporated. Worse still, he was accused of participating in a conspiracy against the new rulers. He was arrested, imprisoned, and tortured. Imagine dedicating years of your life to protecting a system only to have that same system cast you aside the moment circumstances change. That was the reality Machiavelli faced. What makes this story so powerful is how deeply human it is. Most people grow up believing that hard work guarantees results. They believe that if they make smart decisions, stay committed, and sacrifice enough, things will eventually work out. History repeatedly proves otherwise. Sometimes forces larger than any individual completely reshape the game. Political revolutions happen, economies collapse, wars erupt, entire systems change. In those moments, personal talent and dedication can suddenly become irrelevant. After his release from prison, Machiavelli found himself pushed to the sidelines. The world he once helped shape no longer had a place for him. The meetings stopped. The responsibilities disappeared. The influence he once enjoyed was gone. For someone whose identity was built around public service, the loss was devastating. Psychologists often describe this as identity collapse. It happens when the role that defines a person's sense of purpose suddenly disappears. Without that role, they are forced to ask a painful question: who am I now? Ironically, this period of failure produced the work that would make him immortal. Unable to participate directly in politics, Machiavelli began writing about everything he had learned. He documented the realities of leadership, power, human behavior, and political survival. He was not describing the world people wished existed. He was describing the world he had experienced firsthand. Out of disappointment, exile, and loss came The Prince, one of the most influential political books ever written. But there is a brutal lesson hidden inside his story. Machiavelli spent years trying to protect a political system, yet the system abandoned him. He devoted himself to preserving stability, yet instability destroyed everything he built. He tried to shape history, but history moved in a direction he could not control. His life reminds us that success is not always measured by whether we achieve our original goals. Sometimes success is measured by what we create after those goals fall apart. In the end, Machiavelli lost his position, his influence, and the future he had imagined for Florence. Yet the ideas born from that loss survived for centuries. The man who failed to protect everything he cared about ended up teaching the world some of its most enduring lessons about power, ambition, and human nature. And perhaps that is the deepest irony of all. The thing he lost gave birth to the legacy he could never have achieved if he had won. The bitter end of Hannibal after outsmarting Rome. Imagine accomplishing what many historians consider impossible. Imagine humiliating the most powerful republic in the ancient world, defeating army after army, becoming a nightmare that parents use to scare their children, and still ending your life as a fugitive with nowhere left to run. That was the fate of Hannibal. Today, people remember him as one of the greatest military minds in history. They remember the daring march across the Alps. They remember the elephants. They remember the devastating victories that left Rome stunned and terrified. What many people do not remember is how his story ended. Because Hannibal's downfall contains one of the most brutal lessons history has to offer. At the height of his power, Hannibal seemed unstoppable. As commander of Carthage's forces, he repeatedly defeated Roman armies that often outnumbered his own. His masterpiece came at the Battle of Cannae, where he executed a strategy so brilliant that military academies still study it more than 2,000 years later. Tens of thousands of Roman soldiers were killed, and Rome faced one of the darkest moments in its history. From the outside, it looked like victory was only a matter of time. Hannibal had done what nobody thought possible. He had repeatedly outsmarted Rome on the battlefield. He had proven himself the superior commander. He had exposed weaknesses in a power that many believed could never be challenged. But there was a problem. Winning battles and winning wars are not always the same thing. This is where Hannibal's story takes a painful turn. Despite his extraordinary victories, Rome refused to surrender. Every defeat seemed to make the Romans more determined. Every setback strengthened their resolve. While Hannibal focused on military brilliance, Rome focused on endurance. They rebuilt armies. They adapted strategies. They accepted short-term losses in exchange for long-term survival. Psychologists often talk about the difference between intelligence and resilience. Intelligence helps people solve problems. Resilience helps people keep going when solutions are not immediately available. History shows that resilience often wins. Rome understood something that many ambitious people forget. You do not always have to be the smartest person in the room. Sometimes you simply have to outlast everyone else. As the years passed, Hannibal found himself trapped in a frustrating reality. He kept achieving tactical successes, but the larger strategic situation remained unresolved. Reinforcements from Carthage were limited. Political support was inconsistent. Resources became increasingly difficult to secure. The victories once seemed capable of changing everything slowly became less decisive. This reveals a dangerous blind spot that affects people in every era. When someone is exceptionally talented, they often assume talent alone can overcome structural problems. But reality is rarely that simple. A brilliant employee can struggle inside a broken company. A gifted athlete can fail on a dysfunctional team. A visionary leader can be limited by weak institutions. Hannibal was a military genius. What he lacked was a system capable of fully supporting that genius. Eventually, the momentum shifted. Rome carried the war into North Africa, forcing Hannibal to return home and defend Carthage itself. The man who had spent years bringing fear to Rome now faced the impossible task of protecting his own city from destruction. At the Battle of Zama, he suffered defeat at the hands of Scipio Africanus. The balance of power changed forever. But even then, Hannibal's story was not over. After the war, he attempted political reforms in Carthage and worked to strengthen his homeland. Yet Rome never stopped viewing him as a threat. His reputation alone made him dangerous. No matter where he went, Rome's influence followed. Eventually, he was forced into exile, moving from kingdom to kingdom while trying to stay ahead of those who wanted him captured. Think about how devastating that must have felt. A man who once commanded armies now spent his final years running. A man who once terrified empires now searched for places willing to shelter him. A man who had come closer than anyone to breaking Rome now watched Rome become stronger than ever. In the end, facing capture, Hannibal chose to take poison rather than fall into Roman hands. His life ended far from the battlefields that made him famous. That is why his story still resonates today. Most people assume success comes from being smarter than the competition. Hannibal proves that intelligence alone is not enough. Strategy matters, talent matters, innovation matters. But endurance, resources, adaptability, and long-term support matter too. Hannibal's tragedy was not that he lacked brilliance. Few people in history possessed more of it. His tragedy was discovering that even the greatest individual talent can be overwhelmed by a system determined to survive at any cost. He outsmarted Rome again and again. But Rome did not need to be smarter. Rome only needed to remain standing long enough for his victories to stop mattering. And sometimes that is the cruelest lesson of all. In the long game of history, survival often defeats brilliance. Why Galileo Galilei spent his final years under house arrest. Imagine proving that you are right, having evidence on your side, changing humanity's understanding of the universe forever, and still spending the final years of your life confined to your home as a punishment. That was the fate of Galileo Galilei. Today, Galileo is celebrated as one of the greatest scientific minds in history. His discoveries helped transform the way humans understand the cosmos. His observations challenged beliefs that had been accepted for centuries. Schools teach his achievements as triumphs of reason and evidence. But when Galileo was alive, the story looked very different. To many of the most powerful people in his world, he was not a hero. He was a problem. What makes Galileo's story so fascinating is that it is not simply about science versus religion as it is often portrayed. At its core, it is about a conflict that appears throughout history whenever new evidence threatens an established worldview. Human beings do not just build beliefs. They build identities around those beliefs. When a deeply held belief is challenged, people often react as though they themselves are being attacked. The stronger the belief is tied to power, status, or tradition, the stronger the resistance becomes. Galileo discovered this firsthand. For centuries, many scholars accepted a model of the universe that placed Earth at the center. It was not merely a scientific idea. It was woven into education, philosophy, and the intellectual foundations of society. Entire systems of thought were built around it. Then Galileo pointed his telescope toward the heavens. What he saw created problems. He observed moons orbiting Jupiter. He studied the phases of Venus. He gathered evidence suggesting that Earth was not the unmoving center of everything. These observations supported the heliocentric model, the idea that moved around the sun. To us, this may seem obvious. To people living in the early 17th century, it was revolutionary. And revolutions are rarely welcomed by the people who benefit from the existing order. Galileo believed evidence should matter more than authority. If observations contradicted accepted beliefs, then the beliefs should change. That idea sounds reasonable today because modern science is built upon it. At the time, it was explosive. The challenge was not simply that Galileo had evidence. The challenge was that evidence alone does not automatically change minds. Psychologists call this belief perseverance. Even when people encounter information that contradicts their views, they often cling to those views because abandoning them feels emotionally costly. Accepting new information may require admitting past mistakes, surrendering authority, or questioning long-standing assumptions. The more someone has invested in a belief, the harder it becomes to let go. Galileo underestimated this reality. Like many brilliant thinkers, he assumed that strong evidence would naturally persuade people. He believed that if the facts were clear enough, resistance would fade. History repeatedly shows otherwise. People do not always fight evidence because it is weak. Sometimes they fight evidence because it is powerful. As Galileo continued promoting his findings, tensions grew. His work attracted attention, admiration, and increasingly dangerous opposition. What had begun as a scientific debate gradually became a political and institutional conflict. The stakes were no longer limited to astronomy. Questions of authority, influence, and public perception became deeply entangled with the controversy. Eventually, Galileo was summoned before the Roman Inquisition. The situation is serious. He was pressured to abandon his public support for heliocentrism. Facing enormous pressure, he formally recanted his position. To many observers, this appears disappointing. Why would a man who believed he was right back down? The answer reveals another uncomfortable truth about human nature. Courage is not limitless. People often imagine historical figures as fearless heroes, but they were human beings facing real consequences. Galileo was elderly. He understood the risks. He knew what could happen if he openly defied the authorities. After the trial, he was sentenced to house arrest. The punishment may sound mild by modern standards, but for a man whose passion was exploring, teaching, and sharing ideas, it was devastating. His world became dramatically smaller. The freedom he once enjoyed disappeared. Yet something remarkable happened. His ideas survived. In fact, they became stronger. This is one of history's great ironies. Institutions can restrict a person, but they often struggle to contain an idea whose time has arrived. Galileo's discoveries continued spreading. Future scientists built upon his work. Evidence accumulated. The understanding of the universe continued evolving. The very ideas that once brought punishment eventually became accepted knowledge. That is why Galileo's story still matters centuries later. Most people assume truth automatically wins. History suggests something more complicated. Truth often faces resistance. It encounters fear, pride, politics, and tradition. The path from discovery to acceptance is rarely smooth. Galileo's tragedy was not that he was wrong. His tragedy was living at a moment when being right carried a cost. He spent his final years under house arrest because he challenged beliefs that powerful people were not ready to abandon. But while his freedom was restricted, his ideas were not. And in the end, the walls around his home proved far weaker than the evidence he had uncovered in the stars. The mistakes that cost Thomas More his head. Most people think tragedy comes from making the wrong choice. Thomas More's story is far more unsettling because his tragedy came from refusing to make a choice he believed was wrong. That distinction matters. Because Thomas More was not reckless. He was not power-hungry. He was not a man chasing conflict. In fact, for much of his life, he was one of the most respected figures in England. He was a brilliant lawyer, renowned scholar, a trusted advisor, and eventually one of the most powerful officials in the kingdom. By almost every measure, he had achieved what ambitious people dream of achieving. Yet none of that would save him. Today, Thomas More is often remembered as a man of principle who was executed by King Henry VIII. But hidden inside that story is a brutal lesson about power, conviction, and the dangerous assumption that integrity alone can protect you from political reality. For years, More served the English crown with remarkable loyalty. He earned the trust of Henry and rose through the ranks until he became Lord Chancellor, one of the highest positions in the country. He was respected for his intelligence, his work ethic, and his commitment to his beliefs. To outside observers, he appeared secure. He had influence, status, and the favor of the king. Then came the crisis that would destroy everything. Henry VIII wanted an annulment of his marriage so he could marry Anne Boleyn. When the Pope refused to grant it, Henry began moving toward a dramatic solution. He sought to break England away from the authority of Rome and establish himself as the supreme head of the English Church. For many people, this was a political issue. For Thomas More, it was a moral one. That difference changed everything. One of the most dangerous situations a person can face is when personal conviction collides with political necessity. In those moments, compromise becomes amicable because both sides believe they are protecting something essential. Henry believed he was securing his authority and future. More believed he was protecting his conscience and faith. Neither man was willing to yield. At first, More tried to navigate the situation carefully. He did not launch public attacks against the king. He did not openly rebel. Instead, he chose silence. He resigned from office and withdrew from public life, hoping that staying quiet would allow him to avoid direct conflict. It was a reasonable strategy. At least it seemed that way. But silence is not always neutral. This is one of the most important psychological lessons in his story. People often assume that refusing to take a side allows them to remain outside the conflict. In reality, there are moments when neutrality itself becomes a statement. By refusing to support Henry's actions, More was communicating something powerful even without speaking. And Henry understood that. The king did not merely want obedience. He wanted acknowledgement. He wanted legitimacy. He wanted respected figures like Thomas More to publicly affirm his decisions. A private disagreement was one thing. A public refusal from one of England's most admired men was another. As pressure increased, More found himself trapped. The options in front of him became increasingly narrow. He could compromise his beliefs and preserve his life. Or he could maintain his convictions and risk everything. Many people imagine they know what they would do in such a situation. History suggests otherwise. When careers, reputations, families, and survival are on the line, principles become far more expensive than they appear in theory. Most people discover that their values have a price. The higher the price rises, the fewer people are willing to pay it. Thomas More was. That decision ultimately sealed his fate. He refused to swear an oath recognizing Henry's supremacy over the church. The refusal was interpreted as defiance. He was imprisoned in the Tower of London and put on trial. The outcome was largely predetermined. His years of service, loyalty, and accomplishment no longer mattered. The political landscape had changed, and he was standing on the wrong side of it. In 1535, Thomas More was sentenced to death. Think about how extraordinary that is. A man who spent decades serving the kingdom. A man respected throughout the kingdom. A man who helped strengthen the very government that condemned him. All of it ended on an executioner's block. That is why his story remains so powerful centuries later. The mistake that cost Thomas More his head was not stupidity or incompetence. It was the belief that personal integrity could coexist indefinitely with a political system moving in the opposite direction. He underestimated how much power demands loyalty and how threatening principled resistance can become when authority feels challenged. Yet there is another side to the story. The same convictions that led to his execution are the reason people still remember him today. Countless powerful figures from his era have faded into obscurity. Thomas More endured because he chose principles over safety when the cost became unbearable. His life leaves behind an uncomfortable question. What would you do if the thing that allowed you to sleep peacefully at night was the very thing that put your future in danger? For Thomas More, that was not a philosophical question. It was the question that ultimately cost him everything. How Francis Bacon fell victim to his own political game. Few people in history understood power as well as Francis Bacon. He was brilliant, ambitious, and remarkably skilled at navigating the dangerous world of politics. He rose from relative uncertainty to become one of the most influential men in England. He advised kings, shaped government policy, and built a reputation as one of the greatest intellectuals of his age. Yet despite understanding how power worked, Francis Bacon eventually became trapped by the very system he spent years mastering. That is what makes his story so fascinating. The man who spent decades learning the rules of the political game ultimately became one of its casualties. Bacon was not simply a philosopher or writer. He was deeply involved in politics from an early age. Throughout his career, he carefully built relationships, formed alliances, and positioned himself close to powerful people. He understood something many ambitious individuals eventually learn. Talent alone is rarely enough. Success often depends on understanding people, influence, and the hidden forces that shape decisions behind the scenes. For years, this approach worked brilliantly. His status grew, his influence expanded, his reputation strengthened. Eventually, he reached one of the highest positions in the kingdom when he became Lord Chancellor of England. It was an extraordinary achievement. For someone who had spent years climbing the political ladder, it appeared that the struggle had finally paid off. From the outside, Bacon seemed to have won. But power creates a dangerous illusion. When a strategy delivers success repeatedly, people begin trusting the strategy more than they trust reality. They stop asking whether the rules have changed. They stop noticing risks that once seemed obvious, and that is where problems begin. One of the most important lessons in psychology is that success often blinds people more effectively than failure. Failure forces reflection. Success encourages confidence. The more often people win, the more likely they are to assume they will keep winning. Bacon lived in a political culture where gifts, favors, and personal relationships played a major role in public life. Many practices that would raise serious concerns today were considered normal parts of the system. For years, powerful officials operated within these unwritten rules. The problem was that systems can tolerate certain behaviors until suddenly they cannot. What is accepted one day can become unacceptable the next. What everyone ignores today can become tomorrow's scandal. Bacon failed to fully appreciate this shift. As Lord Chancellor, he accepted gifts from individuals whose legal cases came before him. Whether he believed these gifts influenced his decisions is still debated by historians. What mattered was perception. In politics, perception often becomes more powerful than intention. That is another brutal reality of power. People are judged not only by what they do, but by how their actions appear to others. A leader may believe they are acting fairly. The public may see corruption. A politician may believe they are following tradition. Critics may see abuse. Once public trust begins eroding, explanations become less effective. Eventually, accusations of corruption emerged. Investigations followed. The political environment shifted against him. Allies who once supported him became quieter. Defenders became harder to find. The same world that had rewarded his rise now offered little protection. This is one of the oldest patterns in history. When people are climbing, everyone wants to stand near them. When they begin falling, distance suddenly becomes very popular. Bacon confessed to accepting gifts and was charged with corruption. Although the circumstances were complex and historians continued debating the extent of his wrongdoing, the outcome was devastating. He lost his position, his influence, and much of the political power he had spent a lifetime building. Imagine how painful that must have been. Decades of ambition, decades of networking, decades of strategic decisions, all undone in a relatively short period of time. What makes the story even more ironic is that Bacon spent much of his intellectual life encouraging people to challenge assumptions and question their own biases. He warned against the mental traps that distort judgment. He argued that human beings often deceive themselves without realizing it. Yet he appears to have fallen into a version of that trap himself. He became so accustomed to the political environment around him that he stopped seeing its dangers clearly. He assumed the practices that helped him succeed would continue protecting him. He underestimated how quickly public opinion and political incentives can change. That mistake has destroyed countless careers throughout history. People often believe their greatest threat is an external enemy. More often, the threat comes from habits that once produced success. The strategy that helped someone rise eventually prevents them from adapting. The strengths that created opportunity become weaknesses in a changing environment. Francis Bacon's downfall was not caused by a lack of intelligence. Few men of his era were more intelligent. It was caused by a failure that affects people in every generation. He became too comfortable playing a game whose rules were quietly changing around him. In the end, he lost the power he spent years pursuing. But he left behind something far more durable. His ideas transformed science, philosophy, and the way people think about knowledge itself. The politician fell. The thinker endured, and perhaps that is the deepest lesson in his story. Sometimes the things we spend our lives chasing are not the things that ultimately define our legacy. The hidden misery behind Michelangelo's success. Most people imagine success as the finish line. They picture fame, recognition, wealth, and the respect of millions. They assume that once someone reaches the top, the struggle ends and happiness finally begins. If that were true, Michelangelo should have been one of the happiest people in history. He was celebrated across Europe, admired by powerful rulers, and responsible for some of the greatest works ever created. Even centuries later, his name remains synonymous with genius. But behind the masterpieces was a reality far different from what most people imagine. Michelangelo spent much of his life under relentless pressure. Every new project came with enormous expectations. Kings, popes, and wealthy patrons wanted extraordinary results, and everyone expected him to surpass what he had done before. Imagine creating a masterpiece that amazes the world, only to wake up the next day knowing people now expect something even greater. That cycle followed him for decades. Success did not reduce the pressure. It multiplied it. The higher he climbed, the less room he felt he had to fail. What looked like admiration from the outside often felt like a burden from the inside. One of the clearest examples was the Sistine Chapel ceiling. Today, millions of people look at it with awe. They see beauty, perfection, and artistic brilliance. What they do not see is the years of physical and mental strain behind it. Michelangelo spent countless hours working in exhausting conditions while carrying the weight of one of the most demanding commissions of his career. The project consumed years of his life and pushed him to his limits. The finished work became legendary, but the process was filled with frustration, fatigue, and constant pressure. This reveals something many people misunderstand about achievement. We celebrate the result, but we rarely see the cost. There was another problem that followed Michelangelo throughout his life. Perfectionism. At first, perfectionism sounds like a gift. It pushes people to improve and produce extraordinary work. But beyond a certain point, it becomes a trap. No matter how much someone achieves, it never feels enough. Every flaw becomes impossible to ignore. Every accomplishment feels incomplete. Many accounts of Michelangelo suggest that he was rarely satisfied with his own work. While others saw masterpieces, he often focused on what could have been better. This is a psychological pattern that still affects people today. The more someone ties their self-worth to achievement, the harder it becomes to enjoy what they have already accomplished. The goalpost keeps moving. Satisfaction remains just out of reach. What makes this story even more tragic is that success often isolated him. Highly driven people frequently sacrifice relationships in pursuit of excellence. Their work becomes their identity. Their ambitions consume their time and energy. Michelangelo was known for being intensely private and often distant from others. He devoted enormous amounts of his life to his craft, but that devotion came with a price. The world admired him, yet admiration is not the same thing as connection. Being respected by millions does not automatically protect someone from loneliness. In fact, some of the most accomplished people in history have struggled with exactly that problem. That is why Michelangelo's story remains so relevant today. Most people spend their lives chasing success because they believe it will finally bring peace, confidence, and fulfillment. Michelangelo achieved a level of success that almost nobody else has ever reached, yet he still wrestled with pressure, self-criticism, and dissatisfaction. His life exposes a truth that many people discover too late. Success can change your circumstances, but it cannot automatically solve the struggles happening inside your mind. It can earn admiration, but it cannot guarantee contentment. The hidden misery behind Michelangelo's success was not a lack of achievement. It was the realization that even after reaching the heights most people dream about, the battle within yourself does not simply disappear. And sometimes that is the hardest lesson success can teach. Why Sun Tzu believed victory could become a trap. Most people think victory solves problems. Win the battle, achieve the goal, defeat the competition, and everything gets better. That is how success is usually portrayed. It is the reward at the end of the struggle. The proof that you were right all along. But Sun Tzu, one of the greatest military thinkers in history, saw something that most people miss. He understood that victory itself can become dangerous. In fact, some of the biggest failures begin immediately after people start winning. At first, that idea sounds strange. How could victory be a problem? After all, people spend years chasing success. Athletes train for championships. Businesses fight for market dominance. Leaders compete for influence and power. Yet Sun Tzu observed a pattern that repeated itself throughout history. The moment people achieve success, they often begin changing in ways that make future failure more likely. Winning creates confidence, but too much confidence creates blindness. Success convinces people that their methods are flawless, their judgment is superior, and their position is secure. That is exactly when mistakes start multiplying. One of the central ideas in the art of war is the importance of adaptability. Sun Tzu believed that circumstances constantly change. A strategy that works today may fail tomorrow. An advantage can disappear overnight. The problem is that victory often tricks people into believing they no longer need to adapt. When a plan succeeds, the natural reaction is to keep using it. The mind starts connecting past success with future certainty. Psychologists call this overconfidence bias. The more often people win, the more likely they are to underestimate risks and overestimate their own abilities. They stop paying attention to warning signs because success has convinced them they are too skilled to fail. History is filled with examples of this trap. Powerful empires expanded until they became impossible to manage. Successful companies ignored new competitors because they believed their dominance would last forever. Military commanders repeated old strategies long after conditions had changed. In almost every case, the downfall did not begin with weakness. It began with strength. The very success that made them powerful also made them less cautious. Victory created a false sense of security. Sun Tzu understood that the greatest danger often appears when everything seems to be going well. When people are struggling, they stay alert. They pay attention. They look for threats. But when they are winning, they relax. They assume the future will resemble the past. That assumption is incredibly dangerous because reality never stays still. Competitors adapt. Circumstances evolve. New challenges emerge. The person who keeps learning and adjusting gains an advantage over the person who believes they have already figured everything out. There is another reason victory can become a trap. Success has a way of becoming part of a person's identity. Instead of viewing a victory as something they achieved, they begin viewing it as proof of who they are. Once that happens, protecting the image becomes more important than seeking the truth. People avoid criticism because it threatens their confidence. They surround themselves with those who agree with them. They stop questioning their assumptions. What started as confidence slowly transforms into arrogance. And arrogance has destroyed more leaders than failure ever has. That is why Sun Tzu placed such importance on self-awareness. He believed that understanding yourself was just as important as understanding your opponent. A person who cannot recognize their own weaknesses becomes vulnerable to them. The moment someone believes they have nothing left to learn is usually the moment they stop growing. Victory becomes a trap because it convinces them the journey is over when it should actually be continuing. The lesson is as relevant today as it was thousands of years ago. The greatest threat to success is often success itself. Winning can make people careless. Achievement can make people complacent. Confidence can become overconfidence. Sun Tzu understood that true mastery is not about winning once. It is about staying disciplined after the victory. It is about remaining humble when others praise you. It is about continuing to learn when everyone else assumes you already know enough. That is why Sun Tzu viewed victory differently than most people. He did not see it as the end of the battle. He saw it as the beginning of a new danger. Because the moment success convinces you that you cannot lose is often the exact moment you become vulnerable to defeat. The costly pride of Cicero. Few people have ever mastered words the way Cicero did. Born outside Rome's traditional aristocracy, he rose through intelligence, discipline, and extraordinary speaking ability to become one of the most influential men in the Roman Republic. His speeches could sway public opinion, destroy political rivals, and shape the direction of government itself. To many Romans, Cicero represented the triumph of talent over privilege. He had achieved what seemed impossible, climbing to the highest levels of power without the family name or military reputation that usually opened those doors. But hidden inside that success was a dangerous weakness. The more often Cicero solved problems through his intellect and persuasion, the more he came to believe that reason could overcome any obstacle. For years that belief appeared completely justified. Then Rome began changing in ways that even a man as brilliant as Cicero struggled to understand. The republic that had made Cicero famous was slowly falling apart. Political disagreements were becoming more extreme, powerful generals were gaining influence, and violence was increasingly replacing debate. Men like Julius Caesar were transforming Roman politics into something far more dangerous than it had been before. Cicero saw these changes and deeply feared what they might mean for the future of Rome. He believed the republic's traditions, laws, and institutions were worth protecting. More importantly, he believed that skilled statesmen could still preserve them. This conviction became one of the defining forces of his life. While others adapted to the new reality emerging around them, Cicero remained committed to the idea that reasoned argument and political compromise could restore stability. It was a noble belief, but history was moving in a different direction. After Julius Caesar was assassinated, Cicero saw what he believed was a final opportunity to save the Republic. He turned his attention toward Mark Antony, whom he viewed as a major threat to Roman freedom. Through a series of speeches known as the Philippics, Cicero launched fierce attacks against Antony, using every ounce of his rhetorical skill to rally opposition. The speeches were brilliant, persuasive, and politically influential. They reminded everyone why Cicero was considered one of the greatest orators in history. But they also revealed his biggest blind spot. Cicero assumed that powerful words still carried the same weight they had earlier in his career. He believed public opinion and political pressure could restrain ambitious men. What he failed to recognize was that Rome had entered an age where military strength increasingly mattered more than eloquence. The rules of the game had changed, but Cicero continued playing by the old ones. Psychologists often describe a phenomenon called overconfidence through expertise. When people become exceptionally skilled in one area, they sometimes begin assuming those skills will remain effective in every situation. The very strengths that create success can prevent someone from recognizing new dangers. Cicero's mastery of persuasion had helped him navigate countless political crises, but it also made him trust persuasion too much. He underestimated how ruthless his opponents could be and overestimated the ability of speeches to shape events. Most importantly, he misjudged Octavian, the young heir of Julius Caesar. Cicero believed he could influence and guide him, using him as a political ally against Antony. For a brief moment, this strategy seemed to work. Then everything changed. Octavian eventually joined forces with Antony and Lepidus, forming the Second Triumvirate. Political calculations shifted overnight, and men who had once been enemies became partners. The consequences were devastating. The new rulers created lists of political enemies known as proscriptions. Those whose names appeared on these lists could be hunted down and killed without legal consequences. Cicero's name was among them. The man who had spent decades defending the Republic suddenly became one of the first victims of its collapse. His influence could not save him. His reputation could not save him. His unmatched ability with words could not save him. When soldiers finally found him, he understood that the battle was over. He was executed, and with his death, one of Rome's greatest voices was silenced forever. The tragedy was not that Cicero lacked intelligence or courage. He possessed both in extraordinary amounts. The tragedy was that he could not fully accept how much the world around him had changed. That is why Cicero's story remains relevant more than 2,000 years later. Most people assume failure comes from weakness, ignorance, or poor decisions. Sometimes it comes from strengths that become outdated. The abilities that help someone rise can become the very things that hold them back when circumstances evolve. Cicero's pride was not the loud arrogance of a tyrant. It was the quiet confidence of a man who trusted too deeply in the methods that had always worked for him. He believed that reason could still triumph in a world increasingly ruled by force. He believed that eloquence could still shape history when history had already begun listening to armies instead. And in the end, that belief cost him everything. His life stands as a reminder that intelligence alone is never enough. The people who survive great changes are often not the smartest or the strongest. They are the ones who recognize when the rules have changed and have the humility to change with them. How Isaac Newton lost a fortune chasing alchemy and speculation. When most people hear the name Isaac Newton, they think of one of the greatest geniuses who ever lived. They think of gravity, physics, mathematics, and discoveries that changed humanity's understanding of the universe. Newton's intelligence was so extraordinary that many people assume he was almost immune to the mistakes that trap ordinary minds. That assumption is exactly what makes his story so fascinating. Because despite possessing one of the most brilliant intellects in history, Newton fell victim to the same psychological weaknesses that continue to ruin people today. He spent years pursuing alchemy, chasing secrets that never materialized, and later lost a fortune in one of history's most famous financial bubbles. His story reveals a brutal lesson that intelligence alone does not protect anyone from bad decisions. For much of his life, Newton was obsessed with understanding the hidden workings of reality. While history remembers his scientific achievements, far fewer people realize how much time he devoted to alchemy. Today, alchemy is often dismissed as an attempt to turn ordinary metals into gold. But for thinkers of Newton's era, it represented something much deeper. Many believed it contained hidden knowledge about the fundamental structure of the universe. Newton became consumed by this pursuit. He filled thousands of pages with notes, experiments, and theories, hoping to uncover secrets that had eluded scholars for centuries. The same curiosity that helped him revolutionize science also pulled him toward ideas that ultimately led nowhere. This is one of the great ironies of genius. The qualities that produce extraordinary breakthroughs can also make people vulnerable to extraordinary distractions. The deeper lesson is psychological. Human beings are naturally drawn toward mystery. We love the possibility that there is a hidden shortcut, a secret answer, or a breakthrough that everyone else has missed. That attraction becomes even stronger when someone has experienced success before. When people solve difficult problems repeatedly, they often begin trusting their instincts more than evidence. Newton had spent years proving others wrong and uncovering truths that most people could not see. It is not difficult to imagine how that success may have strengthened his belief that he could discover things others overlooked. The danger is that confidence can slowly evolve into overconfidence. Once that happens, intelligence stops acting as a safeguard and starts acting as a justification for risky decisions. That vulnerability became painfully clear during the South Sea Bubble, one of the greatest financial manias of the 18th century. Investors became convinced that the South Sea Company would generate enormous wealth. Excitement spread rapidly. Prices soared. Stories of easy fortunes circulated everywhere. At first, Newton actually made money from the investment and sold his shares for a profit. That should have been the end of the story. Instead, he watched as prices continued rising after he exited. Seeing others become even wealthier created a powerful emotional response. Like countless investors before and after him, Newton feared missing out. He re-entered the market near its peak and invested heavily just as the bubble was approaching collapse. What happened next was devastating. The bubble burst, prices crashed, and Newton lost a massive portion of his wealth. According to famous accounts, he later remarked that he could calculate the motions of heavenly bodies, but not the madness of people. Whether the exact wording has been perfectly preserved or not, the message captures an important truth. Human behavior often follows emotional forces that logic struggles to control. Markets are not driven solely by facts. They are driven by hope, fear, greed, envy, and crowd psychology. Even a mind capable of transforming science could not completely escape those forces. This is what makes Newton's story so relevant today. People often believe that success in one area automatically translates into wisdom in every area. A brilliant scientist assumes they can master investing. A successful entrepreneur assumes they can predict politics. An expert in one field begins trusting their judgment everywhere else. Psychologists sometimes call this the halo effect of competence. The more capable people become, the easier it is for them to overestimate the range of their abilities. Newton's mistakes show how dangerous that assumption can be. His intelligence was real. His accomplishments were extraordinary. Yet none of that made him immune to speculation, emotional decision-making, or the temptation of easy rewards. The tragedy is not that Newton lacked brilliance. Few people in history possessed more of it. The tragedy is that he was human. He chased mysteries that consumed years of his life. He followed excitement into a financial bubble that wiped out a fortune. He discovered laws that governed the physical universe, yet he struggled with the same emotions that influence millions of people today. That is why his story remains so powerful. It reminds us that intelligence is not the same as wisdom, and knowledge is not the same as judgment. No matter how smart someone becomes, they are never completely free from the desires, fears, and blind spots that make us human. And sometimes the most expensive mistakes are made not by fools, but by people who believe they are too intelligent to make them. The lesson Confucius learned from a lifetime of rejection. Most people remember Confucius as one of the most influential thinkers in human history. His teachings shaped governments, cultures, educational systems, and moral philosophy for more than 2,000 years. Today, his ideas are studied across the world, and his name is associated with wisdom, discipline, and virtue. Looking back, it is easy to assume that someone with such a massive legacy must have been widely respected during his lifetime. But the reality was almost the opposite. Confucius spent much of his life facing rejection, disappointment, and failure. The lesson he learned from those experiences may be even more valuable than the ideas that eventually made him famous. Confucius lived during a period of political instability and constant conflict in ancient China. He believed society could become more peaceful and prosperous if leaders governed with wisdom, morality, and personal integrity. He was convinced that good leadership began with character rather than force. Armed with these beliefs, he traveled from state to state hoping rulers would embrace his ideas and allow him to help reform their governments. From his perspective, the solutions seemed obvious. If leaders acted with virtue, citizens would follow their example. If governments focused on justice and responsibility, society would become more stable. Yet again and again, the people in power rejected him. Some rulers ignored him entirely. Others listened politely before dismissing his advice. Years passed without the opportunity he desperately wanted. For most people, repeated rejection creates self-doubt. After enough failures, many begin questioning whether their ideas have any value at all. Psychologists call this outcome learned helplessness. When individuals repeatedly experience setbacks they cannot control, they often lose motivation and stop trying altogether. What makes Confucius remarkable is that he resisted this trap. He certainly experienced frustration. He certainly felt disappointment. But he refused to let rejection determine his sense of purpose. Instead of measuring success solely by whether powerful rulers accepted his advice, he gradually shifted his focus towards something he could control: his own character and the education of others. This shift reveals one of the deepest insights of his life. Many people tie their happiness to external validation. They believe they will feel successful once they receive recognition, approval, or acceptance from the right people. The problem is that those outcomes often depend on factors outside their control. Confucius spent years seeking acceptance from rulers and repeatedly failed to obtain it. Over time, he began realizing that a meaningful life could not depend entirely on whether others recognized his value. He focused instead on becoming the kind of person he believed one should be, regardless of the rewards that followed. That lesson transformed both his life and his legacy. Ironically, the rejection that seemed to define his career ended up creating the conditions for his lasting influence. Because he was repeatedly denied political power, he devoted more energy to teaching students and refining his philosophy. Those students carried his ideas forward long after his death. Had one ruler fully embraced him early in life, Confucius might have become a successful government official whose influence ended with his career. Instead, rejection pushed him toward something much larger. The very obstacle he viewed as a source of frustration became the reason his ideas survived for centuries. History is filled with similar examples. People often assume setbacks are evidence that they are moving in the wrong direction, when sometimes those setbacks are quietly redirecting them toward a greater impact. There is another reason his story continues to resonate today. Modern life constantly encourages people to seek approval. Social media rewards attention. Careers often depend on recognition. Success is frequently measured by external achievements and public validation. Confucius offers a radically different perspective. He suggests that character matters more than applause, and that self-improvement remains valuable even when nobody is watching. This does not mean rejection feels good. It does not mean failure becomes enjoyable. It means that a person's worth should not be determined by how others respond to them. By the end of his life, Confucius had not achieved many of the goals he originally set for himself. He never gained the political influence he once sought. He never transformed society in the direct way he imagined. Yet his ideas eventually outlived kings, dynasties, and empires. The lesson he learned from a lifetime of rejection was not that rejection is harmless. It was that rejection does not have the power to define you unless you allow it to. Other people can deny opportunities, dismiss ideas, and overlook potential, but they cannot decide your character. Confucius discovered that the most important victories are often internal, and that a life guided by purpose remains meaningful even when the world refuses to reward it. That realization became one of the most powerful lessons he ever taught, not through words alone, but through the way he lived. Why Winston Churchill was voted out after winning a war. Imagine leading your country through its darkest hour, becoming the symbol of national resistance, helping secure victory in one of the largest wars in human history, and then being removed from power almost immediately afterward. Most people assume that success guarantees loyalty and that great achievements are always rewarded. Winston Churchill's story proves otherwise. In 1945, after helping Britain survive and ultimately win the Second World War, Churchill suffered a crushing electoral defeat. To many observers at the time, the result seemed almost unbelievable. How could a leader celebrated as a wartime hero lose power just when victory had finally arrived? To understand what happened, it is important to recognize that the qualities people admire during a crisis are not always the same qualities they want during peace. During the war, Churchill's leadership was exactly what Britain needed. His speeches inspired courage when defeat seemed possible. His determination reassured people when fear threatened to overwhelm them. He became the voice of resistance at a moment when the future of Europe appeared uncertain. For years, survival was the priority. People wanted strength, resolve, and the willingness to confront enormous danger. Churchill delivered all of those things, and his reputation became inseparable from Britain's wartime success. But when the war ended, the country faced a completely different set of concerns. The average citizen was no longer focused primarily on defeating an external enemy. They were thinking about jobs, housing, healthcare, education, and rebuilding their lives after years of sacrifice. Millions of people had endured economic hardship, family separation, and the constant stress of war. Victory brought relief, but it also raised expectations. Citizens wanted a better future, not just gratitude for surviving the past. This created a challenge that many successful leaders throughout history have faced. The environment changes, but the public's needs change with it. Psychologists often talk about something called context dependence. A trait that is highly valuable in one situation may be less valuable in another. A military commander who thrives during conflict may struggle in constant administration. An entrepreneur who excels at building a company may not be the best person to manage it once it becomes stable. Success often creates the illusion that someone is universally suited for every challenge, but reality is usually more complicated. Churchill's wartime leadership had earned enormous respect, Yet many voters questioned whether he was the right person to address the social and economic problems waiting after the war. Another factor was that voters were not simply comparing Churchill to an abstract ideal. They were comparing him to an alternative vision offered by the party under Clement Attlee. Labour promised major social reforms, including expanded healthcare and welfare programs. These proposals resonated with people who wanted lasting improvements to everyday life. Many citizens believed that the sacrifices made during the war should lead to a fairer society afterward. While Churchill focused heavily on his wartime achievements, many voters were looking ahead rather than backward. They respected what he had done, but they were making a decision about the future, not awarding a prize for the past. This reveals a powerful truth about human nature. People adapt surprisingly quickly to success. What once seemed extraordinary soon becomes part of the background. During the war, victory felt like the most important goal imaginable. Once victory was achieved, attention shifted elsewhere. Economists and psychologists sometimes refer to this tendency as adaptation. Human beings rarely remain satisfied for long. As circumstances improve, expectations rise. New problems replace old ones. New priorities emerge. Churchill's achievements remained historic, but they no longer addressed the questions dominating voters' daily lives. The election result shocked many people around the world, but it contained an important lesson. Leadership is not judged solely by past accomplishments. It is judged by how well someone appears prepared for the challenges ahead. Churchill's mistake was not that he failed during the war. His wartime leadership remains one of the most celebrated examples in modern history. The mistake was assuming that the qualities which made him indispensable during a national emergency would automatically secure public support afterward. He underestimated how quickly priorities can change once a crisis ends. That is why Churchill's story remains relevant today. Many people believe that success creates permanent security. They assume that past victories guarantee future support. History repeatedly shows the opposite. Every achievement eventually becomes yesterday's achievement. Every success creates new expectations. Every victory changes the environment in which future decisions are made. Churchill helped win a war that shaped the modern world. Yet voters still someone else when they believed the country's needs had changed. His story reminds us that leadership is not just about solving today's problems. It is about recognizing when the world has changed and understanding that yesterday's triumphs, no matter how remarkable, cannot carry someone forward forever. The final regrets of Charles Darwin. When people think about Charles Darwin, they usually imagine a man completely certain of his place in history. After all, he developed one of the most influential scientific theories ever proposed. His work transformed biology, changed humanity's understanding of life itself, and sparked debates that continue more than a century later. Looking back, it seems obvious that Darwin succeeded beyond anything he could have imagined. But success often looks very different from the inside than it does from the outside. Behind the achievements, recognition, and intellectual breakthroughs was a man who spent much of his life wrestling with doubts, personal losses, and questions about how he had chosen to spend his time. By the end of his life, some of Darwin's deepest reflections had little to do with evolution and far more to do with the cost of a life devoted almost entirely to work. Darwin was not the fearless revolutionary people sometimes imagine. He spent years hesitating before publishing his theory of evolution by natural selection. Part of that hesitation came from knowing how controversial the idea would be. He understood that his conclusions challenged beliefs held by many people and would provoke intense criticism. But there was another reason as well. Darwin was meticulous to an extreme degree. He constantly gathered more evidence, re-examined assumptions, and searched for weaknesses in his own arguments. This perfectionism helped make his work extraordinarily influential, but it also came with a price. Like many highly driven individuals, Darwin became consumed by the pursuit of understanding. Years turned into decades as he dedicated himself almost entirely to research, writing, and scientific inquiry. One of the most revealing insights from Darwin's later years comes from his reflections on what he felt he had lost along the way. He wrote that if he had the chance to live his life again, he would make a point of reading more poetry and listening to more music. This might sound like a small regret, but it reveals something profound. Darwin believed that his intense focus on scientific analysis had gradually weakened his ability to enjoy certain forms of art and beauty. In modern terms, We might describe this as the cost of over-specialization. When people devote themselves completely to one pursuit, they often strengthen certain abilities while neglecting others. The very habits that help them achieve greatness can slowly narrow their experience of life. Psychologists frequently discuss the concept of trade-offs. Every major commitment requires sacrificing something else. Time spent building a career cannot simultaneously be spent with family. Time devoted to mastering a skill cannot be invested in other interests. Most people understand this in theory, but the consequences are often only visible years later. Darwin's life illustrates this perfectly. His dedication produced discoveries that transformed science forever, yet he came to wonder whether he had allowed some important parts of his humanity to fade in the process. He was not questioning the value of science. He was recognizing that a meaningful life requires more than achievement alone. Another source of pain throughout Darwin's life was personal loss. The death of his daughter Annie deeply affected him and left emotional wounds that never fully healed. Success did not shield him from grief. Fame did not protect him from heartbreak. This is one of the most important lessons hidden inside his story. People often imagine that accomplishment's a kind of emotional immunity. They assume that once someone reaches a certain level of success, the major struggles of life become easier. Reality is very different. Achievement can solve certain problems, but it cannot eliminate loss, uncertainty, or sorrow. Darwin's intellectual triumphs coexisted with profound personal suffering, reminding us that greatness and pain often occupy the same life. What makes Darwin's reflections so powerful is their honesty. By the end of his life, he was not obsessed with proving how important he had been. He was thinking about balance. He was considering what makes a life rich beyond professional accomplishment. Many people spend decades chasing goals under the assumption that fulfillment waits at the finish line. Darwin's later thoughts suggest something more complicated. Achievement matters, but so do beauty, relationships, curiosity outside one's field, and the experiences that make life feel fully lived. Neglecting those things can create a kind of emptiness that success alone cannot fill. That is why Darwin's story remains relevant today. Modern culture constantly encourages specialization, productivity, and relentless ambition. People are often told to focus harder, work longer, and optimize every moment. Darwin's final reflections offer a quiet warning. The danger is not simply failing to achieve your goals. The danger is achieving them while accidentally sacrificing parts of yourself that also matter. His regrets were not about lacking success. Few people have ever achieved more. His regrets centered on what he may have overlooked while pursuing it. In the end, Charles Darwin helped explain how life evolves, but one of his most human lessons had nothing to do with biology. It was the realization that a successful life is not measured only by what you accomplish, but also by what you allow yourself to experience along the way. How Joan of Arc was abandoned by those she served. At 17 years old, Joan of Arc accomplished what many seasoned generals could not. She inspired armies, helped change the course of a war, and became a symbol of hope for a nation that seemed on the verge of collapse. Kings listened to her. Soldiers followed her. Ordinary people saw her as a miracle. By every measure, she gave everything she had to the cause she believed in. Yet, when her moment of greatest need arrived, many of the same people who had benefited from her courage were nowhere to be found. Her story is not just about faith, war, or politics. It is about a painful truth that repeats throughout history. Sometimes the people you sacrifice the most for are not the people who will sacrifice for you. When John first emerged during the 100 Years' War, France was in a desperate position. Large portions of the country were under English control, morale was low, and confidence in the future was fading. Into this uncertainty stepped a young peasant girl claiming that she had been guided by divine visions. Under normal circumstances, her claims might have been dismissed immediately. But these were not normal circumstances. France needed hope almost as much as it needed military victories. Joan's confidence, conviction, and determination captured the imagination of those around her. Against overwhelming odds, she gained an audience with the future King Charles VII and eventually earned a role in military campaigns that would transform her into a national hero. Her success was extraordinary. The lifting of the siege of Orleans and the victories that followed dramatically shifted momentum in France's favor. Suddenly, the impossible no longer seemed impossible. Joan became a symbol of divine support and national renewal. People celebrated her achievements, and her reputation spread rapidly. To many, it appeared that she had become indispensable. This is where one of history's most dangerous illusions often appears. When people are useful, admired, or successful, it is easy to assume that loyalty surrounds them. But admiration and loyalty are not the same thing. Respect and protection are not the same thing. Many people stand beside someone when success is flowing. Far fewer remain when the risks begin to rise. In 1430, Joan was captured by forces allied with the English. At that moment, she expected help. After all, she had fought for France, risked her life repeatedly, and helped secure victories that strengthened the king's position. Surely the people she had served would move heaven and earth to secure her release. Instead, what followed was a painful lesson in political reality. Negotiations that might have saved her never materialized with the urgency she likely expected. Powerful figures who had once benefited from her courage became increasingly distant. The same political system that had celebrated her achievements now viewed her situation through the cold lens of practicality and self-interest. Psychologists often describe something called transactional loyalty. This occurs when support exists primarily because a person is useful. As long as they provide value, they receive attention, praise, and protection. But once circumstances change, that support can disappear with shocking speed. Human beings like to believe loyalty is based on gratitude and principle. In reality, many relationships are far more conditional than they appear. Joan's story reveals this uncomfortable truth. While she was helping deliver victories, her importance was undeniable. Once she became a political liability, many of the people who could have fought harder on her behalf remained silent. Her trial became as much a political event as a religious one. The charges against her were designed not only to condemn her personally, but also to undermine everything she represented. If Joan could be discredited, then the legitimacy of her achievements could be questioned as well. Throughout the proceedings, she displayed remarkable intelligence and courage, often answering complex questions with a confidence that surprised her interrogators. Yet courage alone could not overcome the forces aligned against her. The outcome had largely been determined long before the trial reached its conclusion. In 1431, Joan of Arc was executed. She was only 19 years old. Think about the tragedy of that. A teenager who had helped alter the course of a war, inspired an entire nation, and risked everything for a causer than herself died abandoned by many of the people who had benefited most from her sacrifices. Years later, her reputation would be restored. The charges against her were reconsidered. Eventually, she would be remembered as a hero and even canonized as a saint. But none of that could change what happened when she was alive. That is why her story continues to resonate centuries later. Joan's downfall was not caused by a lack of courage, faith, or commitment. She possessed those qualities in extraordinary abundance. Her tragedy was discovering that institutions often value outcomes more than individuals, and that always as durable as people hope. The lesson is not to become cynical or distrust everyone around you. It is to understand that service does not guarantee protection and sacrifice does not automatically create loyalty. Joan of Arc gave everything because she believed in, only to learn that the people who cheer for your victories are not always the people who will stand beside you when the cost becomes theirs to pay. The tragic isolation of Nikola Tesla. Most people imagine that genius is a gift. They picture a brilliant mind, groundbreaking discoveries, and a legacy that outlives generations. By that definition, Nikola Tesla had everything. He helped shape the modern electrical world, developed technologies that were decades ahead of their time, and inspired future generations of scientists and inventors. Today, his name is associated with innovation and brilliance. But there is a side of Tesla's story that rarely receives the same attention. Behind the inventions and achievements was a man who spent much of his life feeling increasingly isolated from the world around him. The tragedy of Tesla was not that he failed to change history. It was that changing history came with a personal cost few people ever noticed. From an early age, Tesla seemed different from almost everyone around him. He possessed an extraordinary ability to visualize complex machines entirely in his mind. While others needed sketches and prototypes, Tesla could mentally build, test, and refine inventions before touching a single tool. This talent allowed him to imagine possibilities that most people considered impossible. But being able to see what others could not also created a gap between Tesla and those around him. Human beings naturally connect through shared understanding. The farther someone moves beyond what others can comprehend, the harder it becomes to find people who truly understand them. Tesla's greatest strength slowly became one of the reasons he felt alone. As his career advanced, Tesla earned admiration for his work on alternating current electricity, a breakthrough that helped transform modern society. Investors, journalists, and the public became fascinated by his demonstrations. For a time, it seemed as though his future would be filled with both recognition and success. Yet Tesla approached life differently from many of his contemporaries. He cared deeply about invention, but far less about money, business strategy, or personal promotion. While others focused on building empires around their ideas, Tesla focused on creating the next breakthrough. This difference became increasingly important as the years passed. The world often rewards not only creativity, but also the ability to turn creativity into lasting influence and financial stability. Tesla excelled at imagining the future, but he struggled with the practical realities required to secure his place within it. There is a psychological pattern that appears in many highly driven people. When a mission becomes powerful enough, everything else begins fading into the background. Relationships become secondary, leisure feels unproductive, personal well-being starts competing with larger goals. Tesla seemed trapped in this cycle. He devoted enormous amounts of time and energy to his work, while becoming increasingly disconnected from ordinary social life. He never married, maintained relatively few close relationships, and spent much of his later life alone with his thoughts and projects. What makes this especially tragic is that public admiration cannot replace genuine human connection. A person can be respected, celebrated, and even admired by millions while still feeling isolated. The attention Tesla received for his genius did little to protect him from loneliness. As the years went on, the gap between Tesla and the world around him appeared to grow wider. Some of his later ideas were so ambitious that investors became reluctant to support them. Funding became harder to secure. Public interest shifted toward other innovators. The man who once stood at the forefront of technological progress found himself increasingly overlooked. This created a painful irony. Many of Tesla's predictions about the future proved remarkably accurate, yet he often lacked the support needed to bring those visions fully to life. One of the cruelest aspects of being ahead of your time is that recognition frequently arrives too late. Society often celebrates visionaries after their ideas become obvious, not when they first propose them. That is why Tesla's story continues to resonate today. People often assume that achievement automatically leads to fulfillment, but his life suggests something more complicated. Tesla achieved a level of intellectual success that most people can scarcely imagine, yet he struggled with the very human need for belonging and connection. His story reminds us that greatness and loneliness can exist side by side. The inventions he left behind helped connect people across continents, power cities, and transform daily life, but they could not solve the isolation growing within his own world. In the end, the tragic isolation of Nikola Tesla was not the result of a lack of intelligence, talent, or vision. It was the consequence of a life so devoted to the future that it sometimes lost touch with the relationships that make the present meaningful. His legacy changed the world, but his life remains a reminder that even the brightest minds are still human. Why Plato failed to build his ideal state. For more than 2,000 years, Plato has been remembered as one of history's greatest philosophers. His ideas shape politics, education, ethics, and the way people think about society itself. In his famous work The Republic, Plato described what he believed would be the ideal state, a society governed by wisdom rather than greed, where leaders pursued the common good instead of personal power. It was an ambitious vision, one that has fascinated thinkers for centuries. Yet there is an irony at the heart of Plato's story. The man who designed one of history's most influential political blueprints failed when he tried to bring those ideas into the real world. His failure reveals a brutal lesson about human nature that remains relevant today. Plato was not content to remain a philosopher writing theories from a distance. He genuinely believed that society could be improved if wise and educated people guided political power. This belief led him to Syracuse, a powerful city in Sicily, where he hoped to influence its rulers and turn philosophical principles into political reality. The opportunity seemed perfect. Instead of merely discussing ideal leadership, Plato would finally have the chance to help create it. Many people dream of changing the world. Plato believed he had found the opening to do exactly that. But the moment ideas collide with reality, they encounter forces that books cannot fully capture. The problem was that Plato's vision depended on assumptions about human behavior that proved far more fragile than he expected. In theory, wise leaders would place justice above self-interest. In practice, rulers had ambitions, fears, insecurities, and desires of their own. The leaders Plato attempted to influence were not blank slates waiting to be shaped by philosophy. They were human beings navigating power, status, and survival. Modern psychology repeatedly shows that people often protect their interests long before they pursue abstract ideals. Plato understood logic, ethics, and political theory, but he underestimated how difficult it is to separate power from human nature. The qualities that make someone capable of gaining authority are not always the same qualities required to use it wisely. His time in Syracuse became a cycle of frustration and disappointment. Political conflicts, shifting alliances, and personal rivalries constantly disrupted his plans. The more Plato tried to steer events toward his ideal vision, the more resistance he encountered. At one point, his situation deteriorated so badly that he reportedly found himself in serious danger and eventually left without achieving his goals. What makes this failure so fascinating is that Plato's ideas themselves were not necessarily the problem. The problem was believing that a perfect system could overcome the imperfections of the people inside it. This is a mistake that has appeared throughout history. Again and again, leaders, revolutionaries, and reformers have created grand plans for society, only to discover that human beings rarely behave according to theoretical models. There is an important psychological lesson hidden inside this story. Human beings naturally fall in love with elegant solutions. We enjoy the idea that a sufficiently clever plan can eliminate conflict, corruption, or dysfunction. The more intelligent the plan appears, the more tempting it becomes to believe it will work. But reality is messy. People bring emotions, biases, personal incentives, and unpredictable behavior into every system they enter. A structure that looks perfect on paper can fail when exposed to the complexities of real life. Plato spent years developing a vision of how society should function. What he learned in Syracuse was that understanding ideals and managing people are very different challenges. That is why Plato's failure remains so valuable. Most people remember him for the ideas he created, but the lessons from his failure may be even more important. He discovered that wisdom alone guarantees political success, and that brilliant theories do not automatically survive contact with reality. The ideal state he imagined never materialized, yet the attempt revealed something profound about the world. Human beings are not pieces on a chessboard that can be arranged into perfection. They are complex, emotional, and often unpredictable. Plato failed to build his ideal state because he underestimated that truth. And centuries later, his experience continues to remind us that the greatest obstacle to creating a perfect society is not a lack of ideas. It is the imperfect nature of the people expected to live within them. The dangerous overconfidence of Genghis Khan's successors. Few empires in history expanded as quickly or as dramatically as the Mongol Empire under Genghis Khan. In a relatively short period of time, his armies conquered vast territories across Asia and beyond, defeating enemies that once seemed untouchable. To those living at the time, the Mongols appeared unstoppable. Their military tactics were brilliant, their discipline was legendary, and their victories seemed endless. But one of the most dangerous moments for any empire is not when it is struggling. It is when it becomes convinced that it cannot lose. That is exactly the trap many of Genghis Khan's successors fell into, and the consequences would eventually weaken the greatest land empire the world had ever seen. When Genghis Khan died, he left behind more than conquered territory. He left a reputation built on relentless adaptation, strategic thinking, and a willingness to learn from every opponent. One reason he was so successful was that he rarely underestimated his enemies. He understood that victory required preparation, flexibility, and constant vigilance. His successors inherited the results of that mindset, but over time they began inheriting something else as well, confidence born from generations of success. At first, that confidence seemed justified. The empire continued expanding, wealth flowed in from conquered lands, and the Mongol name inspired fear across continents. From the perspective of many leaders, history appeared to be moving in only one direction. This is where a powerful psychological pattern begins to emerge. Success often changes how people interpret the world. When victories happen repeatedly, individuals start attributing those victories entirely to their own superiority. They pay less attention to luck, circumstance, timing, or the unique decisions that created their success in the first place. Psychologists call this overconfidence bias. The more people win, the more likely they are to believe future victories are guaranteed. Instead of asking what could go wrong, they begin assuming everything will continue going right. For the Mongol rulers who followed Genghis Khan, this mindset gradually became a serious problem. As the empire grew larger, managing it became far more difficult. Different regions had different cultures, political interests, and economic needs. Holding such a massive territory together required cooperation, discipline, and strong leadership. Yet many successors became increasingly focused on internal rivalries and struggles for power. Instead of viewing one another as partners responsible for preserving a shared legacy, factions often competed for influence and control. This is another common consequence of prolonged success. Once the external threats seem manageable, attention shifts inward. Groups that were united by a common challenge begin fighting among themselves. History repeatedly shows that powerful organizations are often weakened less by outside enemies than by internal divisions. The Mongols also faced a challenge that affects many dominant powers. They began relying on methods that had worked in the past without adapting enough to changing circumstances. Genghis Khan's greatest strength had been flexibility. He learned from opponents, adopted useful innovations, and adjusted strategies when necessary. Some of his successors became less willing to do the same. They assumed that previous victories proved the superiority of existing approaches. But the world was changing. New political realities emerged, local resistance strengthened, and governing an empire required different skills than conquering one. The habits that create success are not always the habits that sustain it. Perhaps the most dangerous illusion was the belief that the empire's sheer size guaranteed its future. Human beings often mistake current strength for permanent strength. Large companies assume they will always dominate their industries. Powerful nations assume their influence will last forever. Successful individuals assume the conditions that created their success will never change. The Mongol Empire appeared too vast and powerful to fail, yet that belief itself encouraged complacency. As divisions deepened and unity weakened, maintaining control became increasingly difficult. The empire did not collapse overnight, but the foundations that supported its rise gradually eroded from within. That is why the story of Genghis Khan's successors remains so relevant today. Their downfall was not caused by a lack of resources, talent, or opportunity. They inherited one of the most successful empires in history. Their greatest mistake was allowing success to convince them that success was inevitable. They forgot the mindset that had created their achievements in the first place. They became less cautious, less adaptable, and less aware of the risks growing around them. In the end, the dangerous overconfidence of Genghis Khan's successors serves as a timeless reminder that victory contains its own hidden threat. The moment people start believing they cannot fail is often the moment they begin creating the conditions for exactly that outcome. How Benjamin Franklin spent decades repairing broken relationships. Benjamin Franklin is usually remembered as one of the most successful figures in American history. He was an inventor, writer, diplomat, scientist, entrepreneur, and one of the key architects of a new nation. Few people have built a legacy as impressive as his. Looking at Franklin's achievements, it is easy to imagine a man who effortlessly navigated life through intelligence and charm. But hidden beneath that image was a more complicated reality. Throughout his life, Franklin damaged important relationships, made decisions he later regretted, and spent decades trying to repair connections that had been broken by ambition, pride, distance, and misunderstanding. His story reveals a lesson many people learn too late: success can open countless doors, but it cannot automatically fix the relationships left behind. One of the most painful examples involved his relationship with his son, William Franklin. In many ways, William had every reason to admire his father. Benjamin Franklin was one of the most respected men in the American colonies and played a major role in shaping public life. Yet as political tensions grew between Britain and the colonies, father and son found themselves on opposite sides of history. Benjamin supported the movement toward independence, while William remained loyal to the British crown. What began as a political disagreement eventually became a personal fracture. Their relationship deteriorated so badly that years of affection and shared history could not prevent a painful separation. For Benjamin Franklin, the conflict represented more than a political divide. It became a reminder that even the strongest family bonds can be damaged when beliefs, loyalties, and ambitions pull people in different directions. The deeper lesson is psychological. Human beings often assume relationships will survive neglect as long as affection exists underneath. In reality, relationships require continuous investment. Communication, trust, and understanding need maintenance in the same way physical structures do. Franklin spent much of his life pursuing projects, discoveries, political responsibilities, and diplomatic missions. Many of these achievements benefited society, but they also demanded enormous amounts of his time and attention. Like many highly ambitious people, he sometimes underestimated the long-term cost of emotional distance. Success often creates an illusion that there will always be time later to repair what has been neglected. The problem is that later arrives faster than most people expect. As Franklin grew older, he increasingly recognized the importance of reconciliation. Throughout his diplomatic career, he became known for his ability to build alliances, negotiate conflicts, and bring opposing sides together. These skills were not simply political tools. They reflected lessons learned through years of navigating human relationships. Franklin understood that people are rarely persuaded by logic alone. Pride, emotion, identity, and personal history all shape how conflicts unfold. This understanding made him a remarkably effective diplomat, but it also highlighted a truth he had experienced firsthand. Winning an argument is often far easier than preserving a relationship. Many people focus so intensely on being right that they fail to consider what their victories are costing them. One reason Franklin's story remains so relevant is that modern life creates similar pressures. Careers, goals, and personal ambitions frequently compete with relationships for attention. People become busy, distracted, and convinced that important conversations can wait. Psychologists often refer to this tendency as present bias. Human beings naturally prioritize immediate demands over long-term consequences. A work project feels urgent today. A strained friendship can be addressed tomorrow. A difficult family conversation can happen next month. Yet relationships rarely deteriorate because of a single dramatic event. More often, they weaken through small acts of neglect repeated over time. Franklin's experiences revealed how difficult it can be to rebuild trust once that process has gone too far. Perhaps the saddest part of his story is that not every relationship could be fully repaired. Despite his efforts, some wounds remained. His relationship with William never returned to what it had once been. This reality gives Franklin's life an emotional weight that many historical accounts overlook. Here was a man capable of influencing nations, negotiating international alliances, and helping shape the future of a country, yet he still struggled with problems that millions of ordinary people understand. Achievement could not erase regret. Intelligence could not undo years of distance. Influence could not guarantee forgiveness. That is why Franklin's story carries such a powerful lesson. The relationships in our lives are often more realized and more valuable than we appreciate. Benjamin Franklin spent decades learning that success and connection are not the same thing. He discovered that accomplishments may earn admiration, but meaningful relationships require something different: time, humility, attention, and the willingness to repair damage before it becomes permanent. His life reminds us that some of the most important work we ever do has nothing to do with wealth, status, or achievement. It involves the people we care about and the effort required to keep those bonds alive before we find ourselves wishing we had started much sooner. The brutal reality behind Johannes Kepler's scientific triumphs. When people hear about great scientific breakthroughs, they often imagine moments of inspiration. A genius has an idea, makes a discovery, and changes history forever. The reality is usually far less glamorous. Few lives demonstrate this better than that of Johannes Kepler, one of the most important scientists of the scientific revolution. His discoveries helped humanity understand how planets move and laid foundations that would later influence modern astronomy and physics. Today, Kepler is remembered for his achievements. What many people do not realize is how much suffering, uncertainty, and personal hardship stood behind those triumphs. His story reveals a brutal history. Often Heidi's success is sometimes built on years of struggle that nobody remembers. Kepler lived during a time of political conflict, religious tension, and constant instability. From an early age, life offered him very little security. His family faced difficulties, his health was often poor, and opportunities were limited. Yet he possessed an intense curiosity about the universe. While many people would have focused on immediate survival, Kepler became obsessed with understanding the mathematical patterns governing the heavens. This obsession eventually led him into one of the most difficult scientific journeys in history. The problem was that reality refused to cooperate with his expectations. Kepler desperately wanted the universe to fit elegant theories, but the data kept revealing something messier and more complicated. Again and again he was forced to abandon ideas he loved because the evidence pointed elsewhere. This process sounds simple when summarized in textbooks, but psychologically it is incredibly difficult. Human beings become attached to their beliefs. Once we invest time, effort, and identity into an idea, letting go feels painful. Psychologists call this commitment bias. People often cling to theories even when evidence begins contradicting them. Kepler faced this temptation constantly. He spent years trying to make observations fit perfect circular orbits because circles were considered the ideal shape. Yet the numbers refused to align. Instead of forcing reality to match his preferences, Kepler eventually accepted a conclusion that many others would have resisted. The planets moved in ellipses, not circles. That decision changed science forever, but it required something rarer than intelligence. It required the humility to admit that reality was more important than being right. While Kepler battled scientific problems, he also faced relentless personal challenges. Financial struggles followed him throughout much of his life. Religious conflicts repeatedly disrupted his career. Jobs were unstable, political tensions created uncertainty, and tragedy struck his family again and again. Several of his children died young, a heartbreak that would have devastated any parent. As if that were not enough, his mother was accused of witchcraft during a period of widespread fear and superstition. Kepler spent years fighting to defend her from charges that could have led to execution. Imagine trying to solve some of the most difficult scientific questions in existence while carrying that level of emotional burden. The image of the detached genius calmly making discoveries falls apart when confronted with the reality of Kepler's life. What makes his story especially powerful is that none of these hardships guaranteed success. Modern culture often romanticizes struggle, as if suffering automatically produces greatness. In reality, suffering usually just hurts. Many talented people face obstacles and never receive recognition. What separated Kepler was not that he endured hardship. It was that he continued moving forward despite it. He kept working through uncertainty, rejection, grief, and financial pressure. Progress came slowly, often after years of frustration. His breakthroughs were not sudden flashes of inspiration, but the result of relentless persistence in the face of difficulties that would have caused many people to quit. There is an important lesson hidden inside this. People frequently compare their messy reality to someone else's polished success story. They see the achievement but not the years of confusion behind it. They see the discovery but not the failures that came first. Kepler's life reminds us that progress is often invisible while it is happening. From the outside, his struggles may have looked like setbacks. Yet many of the qualities that enabled his discoveries were forged during those difficult periods. Patience, resilience, intellectual honesty, and persistence became just as important as raw intelligence. That is why the story of Johannes Kepler remains relevant centuries later. His triumphs were real, but they came at a tremendous cost. He experienced loss, uncertainty, and hardship on a scale most people would never willingly choose. Yet he continued pursuing truth even when it demanded sacrifice. The brutal reality behind Kepler's success is that greatness did not emerge from comfort, certainty, or easy victories. It emerged from a willingness to keep searching for answers while life repeatedly gave him reasons to stop. His discoveries changed humanity's understanding of the universe, but his life offers an equally important lesson about the resilience required to uncover those truths in the first place. Why Martin Luther could not control the movement he started. Most people believe that if they create something powerful enough, they will be able to control it and goes and what it becomes. History repeatedly proves otherwise. Few people learned this lesson more dramatically than Martin Luther. What began as one man's attempt to reform the Catholic Church eventually transformed into a movement that reshaped Europe, divided Christianity, triggered political upheaval, and unleashed consequences that even Luther himself struggled to manage. His story is not simply about religion. It is about the moment a creator discovers that an idea has grown beyond its creator's control. In 1517, Luther was not trying to start a revolution. He was a professor and theologian deeply troubled by what he saw as corruption within the church. His famous 95 Theses were intended to spark debate about specific practices, particularly the sale of indulgences. Luther believed reform was possible. He believed that if problems were exposed, leaders would address them. Instead, something unexpected happened. The printing press spread his ideas across Europe at a speed that would have been impossible only decades earlier. Suddenly, arguments intended for scholars were being discussed by ordinary people, political leaders, and religious reformers. What started as criticism of certain practices quickly evolved into a much larger challenge to religious authority itself. This is where a fascinating ecological phenomenon appears. People often assume they are communicating one message, while their audience hears something much broader. Once an idea enters the public sphere, it becomes subject to interpretation, distortion, and adaptation. Every person filters information through their own experiences, desires, and frustrations. Luther wanted reform, but many followers wanted something more radical. Some saw his teachings as justification for challenging not only religious authority, but political authority as well. Others began developing theological positions that went far beyond anything Luther intended. The movement was no longer a single message. It had become thousands of different messages carried by thousands of different people. As the Reformation expanded, Luther increasingly found himself in a strange position. The very movement he helped ignite was producing outcomes that made him uncomfortable. One of the clearest examples came during the German Peasants' War. Many peasants believed the spirit of reform supported their demands for social and economic change. They interpreted religious freedom as support for broader challenges against existing power structures. Luther strongly disagreed. Rather than supporting the uprising, he condemned it. To many observers, this created a contradiction. The man who had challenged powerful institutions was now criticizing others for doing something similar. But from Luther's perspective, the movement had crossed a line he never intended it to cross. Human beings naturally underestimate the power of second-order consequences. We focus on the immediate effects of our actions while overlooking the chain reactions that follow. A leader inspires a movement. An inventor creates a technology. A writer publishes an idea. At first, the results appear manageable. Then new people enter the picture, each adding their own goals and interpretations. The original vision begins evolving into something larger and less predictable. Luther discovered that once enough people embrace an idea, ownership becomes impossible. The movement develops a life of its own. The irony is that Luther's inability to control the Reformation was partly a result of its success. If only a small number of people had listened to him, his influence would have remained limited but manageable. Instead, his ideas resonated across nations. Princes, scholars, merchants, and ordinary citizens all found different meanings within his message. Some agreed with him completely. Others used his arguments as a starting point for ideas he never would have endorsed. The more successful the movement became, the less control he had over its direction. That is why Martin Luther's story remains relevant far beyond religion. It reveals a universal truth about influence. The moment an idea truly captures the imagination of others, it stops belonging entirely to the person who created it. People reshape it, reinterpret it, and carry it into places its creator never expected. Luther set out to reform a church. Instead, he helped unleash a transformation that changed the course of history. His greatest achievement also became something he could never fully control. The lesson is both inspiring and unsettling. Powerful ideas can change the world, but once they do, they rarely ask permission from the people who first created them. The personal failures of Voltaire. When people think of Voltaire, they usually picture one of history's greatest intellectuals. He was a brilliant writer, a fierce critic of injustice, and one of the most influential voices of the Enlightenment. His words challenged powerful institutions, defended freedom of thought, and inspired generations of reformers. From a distance, his life appears to be a story of remarkable success. But like many celebrated figures in history, Voltaire's public achievements often overshadow a more complicated private reality. The man who spent decades criticizing society's flaws struggled with flaws of his own, and some of his most important lessons came not from his victories but from his personal failures. Voltaire built his reputation on reason, tolerance, and intellectual independence. He challenged authority when many others were too afraid to speak. His writings attacked censorship, religious persecution, and abuses of power. Because of this, it is easy to imagine him as someone who consistently lived according to the principles he promoted. The reality was far messier. Like many brilliant thinkers, Voltaire often found it easier to identify the weaknesses of others than to recognize his own. He could be arrogant, intensely stubborn, and deeply sensitive to criticism. Despite advocating open debate, he sometimes reacted harshly when challenged. The same confidence that allowed him to confront powerful institutions could also make him dismissive of people who disagreed with him. One of the most common psychological blind spots is the tendency to judge ourselves by our intentions while judging others by their actions. Voltaire was not immune to this tendency. He believed strongly in his own mission and saw himself as fighting for progress and reason. Because of that conviction, he sometimes excused behavior in himself that he would have criticized in others. Human beings do this constantly. When we believe our goals are noble, we become more willing to overlook our contradictions. Intelligence does not eliminate this weakness. In some cases, it makes it easier to justify it. A brilliant mind can create sophisticated explanations for behavior that is ultimately driven by pride, insecurity, or ego. His personal relationships also revealed another side of his character. Voltaire maintained friendships with many influential people, but he was also involved in numerous bitter feuds. Disagreements that began as intellectual debates often became deeply personal conflicts. He had an extraordinary ability to write devastating criticisms of opponents, and he frequently used that talent. While these attacks sometimes enhanced his reputation as a fearless thinker, they also damaged relationships and created enemies. Success can create a dangerous illusion that every battle is worth fighting. The more talented someone becomes, the more tempting it is to prove that talent at every opportunity. Voltaire often won arguments, but winning arguments and building lasting relationships are not always the same thing. Another contradiction involved his relationship with wealth and status. Voltaire criticized many aspects of the social order, yet he also enjoyed the privileges that came with success. He became financially prosperous and spent considerable effort protecting and expanding his fortune. There is nothing inherently wrong with wealth, but it highlighted a tension that existed throughout his life. The philosopher who challenged society's values was also influenced by many of those same values. This is a lesson that appears repeatedly throughout history. People often imagine that wisdom frees individuals from ordinary human desires, but most great thinkers remain vulnerable to the same temptations, ambitions, and insecurities as everyone else. What makes Voltaire's story so fascinating is that his personal shortcomings did not erase the value of his ideas. In fact, they make his life feel more human. Modern culture often divides historical figures into heroes and villains, as if people must be entirely admirable or entirely flawed. Reality is rarely that simple. Voltaire was capable of tremendous insight and significant hypocrisy. He promoted tolerance while sometimes displaying intolerance. He defended reason while occasionally allowing emotion and pride to guide his actions. These contradictions do not diminish his influence. They reveal how difficult it is to consistently live according to one's highest principles. That is why the personal failures of Voltaire remain worth examining today. His life reminds us that intelligence does not guarantee self-awareness, and that public success does not eliminate private weaknesses. Many people spend their lives identifying problems in the world while avoiding uncomfortable truths about themselves. Voltaire's achievements changed the course of history, but his failures reveal an equally important lesson. The greatest challenge is often not understanding how society should improve. It is recognizing how much we ourselves still need to improve. In the end, Voltaire's legacy is powerful not because he was perfect, but because he demonstrated how even the brightest minds remain imperfectly human. How Ludwig van Beethoven created masterpieces while losing everything familiar. Imagine being a musician and slowly losing the one sense your entire career depends on. Imagine dedicating your life to sound while watching the world of sound gradually disappear around you. For most people, that would be the end of the story. It would mark the beginning of defeat, resignation, and despair. For Ludwig van Beethoven, it became the beginning of something far more complicated. he would go on to create some of the greatest musical works in history while enduring a personal crisis that threatened not only his career, but his entire sense of identity. His story is not simply about talent overcoming adversity. It is about what happens when life strips away everything familiar and forces a person to find meaning in places they never expected. In his 20s, Beethoven was already establishing himself as one of Europe's most gifted composers and performers. Music was not merely his profession. It was the center of his world. Then he began noticing something terrifying. His hearing was deteriorating. His hearing was tried to ignore it. He hoped the problem was temporary. He searched for treatments and hid the condition from others whenever possible. But the decline continued. Over time, the sounds that had shaped his life became increasingly difficult to hear. Conversations became frustrating. Public performances became stressful. The future he had imagined for himself started collapsing. For a musician, hearing loss was more than a medical condition. It felt like the destruction of the very foundation upon which his life had been built. What makes Beethoven's struggle so powerful is that it reveals a psychological reality many people face. Human beings often build their identity around specific abilities, careers, or roles. We tell ourselves stories about who we are based on what we do best. The danger is that when those things disappear, we can begin feeling as though we are disappearing too. Psychologists sometimes refer to this as identity loss. A successful athlete suffers a career-ending injury. A business owner loses the company they spent decades building. A professional retires and suddenly feels disconnected from the purpose that once structured their life. Beethoven experienced a version of this crisis long before most of his greatest achievements. The question he faced was devastatingly simple. Who was he if he could no longer fully hear music? For a time, the emotional toll was immense. His private writings reveal periods of deep despair and isolation. He withdrew from social life and struggled with feelings of frustration and loneliness. Yet something remarkable happened. Instead of allowing the loss to define the limits of his future, Beethoven gradually redirected his focus toward what remained possible. He could not control his hearing, but he could control whether he continued creating. This shift in perspective became one of the most important turning points in his life. Rather than measuring himself solely by what had been taken away, he began concentrating on what he still had the power to produce. Some of Beethoven's greatest masterpieces emerged during the years when his hearing loss became most severe. This fact seems almost impossible to comprehend. The man losing access to sound was creating music that would inspire generations. Works that continue moving audiences centuries later were born to a period marked by personal suffering and isolation. The lesson is not that hardship magically creates greatness. Most suffering simply hurts. The lesson is that adversity does not always have the final word. Sometimes people discover strengths they never knew existed because circumstances leave them no other choice. Beethoven could not return to the life he once had, so he built something extraordinary from the life that remained. There is a tendency to view success as the result of ideal conditions. We imagine that achievement requires confidence, stability, health, and certainty. Beethoven's story challenges that assumption. He created enduring art while dealing with fear, frustration, and loss. He moved forward without any guarantee that his efforts would be rewarded. In many ways, his greatest triumph was not a particular symphony or composition. It was his refusal to let suffering determine the boundaries of his future. He continued creating when most people would have concluded that creation was no longer possible. That is why Beethoven's story remains so compelling today. Every person eventually loses something they once considered essential. It may be a dream, a relationship, an ability, or a version of life they expected to keep forever. The natural response is to focus on what is gone. Beethoven's life offers a different perspective. He reminds us that while loss can change the direction of our lives, it does not always have to define their value. The masterpieces he created were not produced despite hardship existing somewhere in the background. They were created while hardship stood at the center of his life. And that is what makes his achievement so extraordinary. He lost much of what was familiar, yet he still found a way to create something timeless. The price Pericles for imperial ambition. Few leaders have ever transformed a city the way Pericles transformed Athens. Under his leadership, Athens became wealthier, more powerful, and more influential than ever before. Magnificent buildings rose across the city, trade flourished, and Athenian culture entered what many historians would later call its golden age. To the people around him, Pericles seemed to embody success. He had helped turn Athens into the dominant power of the Greek world. Yet hidden beneath that success was a dangerous reality. The same ambition that elevated Athens to extraordinary heights also helped create the conditions for one of its greatest tragedies. Pericles spent years building an empire, but in the end, the empire demanded a price far greater than he ever expected. At the heart of Pericles' vision was a belief that Athenian power could secure prosperity and stability. Athens had emerged from earlier conflicts stronger than its rivals, and Pericles saw an opportunity to expand its influence even further. Through alliances, military strength, and economic dominance, Athens gradually transformed from a leading city-state into something much closer to an empire. To many Athenians, this seemed like a logical strategy. Success appeared to confirm that their city was exceptional. Wealth poured in from allied territories, public projects created jobs, and Athens became the center of art, philosophy, and political life. The future looked bright, but history often hides dangers inside periods of success. The stronger a nation becomes, the easier it is to believe that growth can continue indefinitely. This tendency is deeply rooted in human psychology. When people experience repeated victories, they begin viewing current trends as permanent realities. Psychologists call this optimism bias. We naturally assume that what is working today will continue working tomorrow. Pericles was an intelligent and capable leader, but even he was vulnerable to this way of thinking. As Athens expanded its influence, resentment grew among rival powers, particularly Sparta. What Athenians viewed as leadership, others increasingly viewed as domination. The empire that generated wealth and prestige was also creating fear and hostility. Yet, because the benefits were immediate and visible, the risks were easier to ignore. This is one of history's most common patterns. Success often distracts people from noticing the consequences quietly accumulating beneath the surface. Eventually, tensions between Athens and Sparta exploded into the Peloponnesian War. It was a conflict that would reshape the Greek world and test everything Pericles had spent years building. Confident in Athens' resources and naval strength, Pericles developed a strategy designed to outlast Sparta rather than confront it directly. On paper, the plan seemed rational. Athens could rely on its walls, its fleet, and its economic power while avoiding costly land battles. But reality had other plans. As large numbers of people crowded inside the city for protection, a devastating plague spread through Athens. The disease killed thousands, shattered morale, and undermined the very foundation of Pericles' strategy. The tragedy became intensely personal. Pericles watched as the city he had worked so hard to strengthen descended into fear and suffering. The plague claimed countless lives, including members of his own family. Eventually, Pericles himself became one of its victims. Think about the cruel irony. A leader who had spent decades expanding Athenian power did not fall because of a military defeat. He fell because the circumstances created by a prolonged conflict exposed his city to a catastrophe nobody had fully anticipated. The empire he helped build had made Athens powerful, but it had also drawn it into a struggle whose costs proved far greater than expected. What makes Pericles' story so compelling is that his ambitions were not driven by simple greed or recklessness. He genuinely believed he was securing a better future for Athens. That is what makes the lesson so important. Many of history's greatest mistakes were made by intelligent people pursuing goals they believed were beneficial. The danger lies in becoming so far from expansion, achievement, or success that potential consequences fade from view. The larger a project becomes, the more difficult it becomes to predict all the forces it will unleash. That is why the story of Pericles remains relevant thousands of years later. His achievements were remarkable, and his influence on Athens was undeniable. Yet his life also demonstrates that success carries responsibilities and risks that are easy to underestimate. The price Pericles paid for imperial ambition was not merely political. It was personal, emotional, and ultimately fatal. His story reminds us that every victory creates new challenges, and that the pursuit of greatness often carries costs that remain invisible until it is too late to avoid them. Why René Descartes died pursuing intellectual perfection. René Descartes is often remembered as the father of modern philosophy, a man who reshaped how people think about knowledge, doubt, and existence itself. His famous idea that thinking proves existence became one of the foundations of Western philosophy. From the outside, his life can look like a steady ascent toward clarity and intellectual mastery. But behind that legacy was a far more fragile story, one shaped by constant doubt, relentless mental discipline, and an almost exhausting pursuit of certainty. Descartes did not simply want to understand the world. He wanted to rebuild understanding from the ground up, removing every assumption that could possibly be wrong. That desire for absolute certainty would define his work, but it would also define the pressures that followed him until his final days. Descartes lived in a time when knowledge was unstable and authority was constantly being challenged. Old scientific ideas were breaking down and new ways of thinking were emerging. Instead of accepting inherited beliefs, Descartes decided to question everything. He doubted the reliability of the senses, the trustworthiness of tradition, and even the certainty of mathematics until he could rebuild knowledge on what he believed were unshakable foundations. This approach made him revolutionary, but it also placed him under an intense intellectual burden. Most people are satisfied with partial certainty. Descartes was not. He wanted ideas that could not be doubted under any possible condition. That demand for perfection turned thinking itself into a kind of endless pressure. The psychological weight of this pursuit is easy to underestimate. Human beings naturally rely on mental shortcuts to function in daily life. We assume the world is real, that other people are trustworthy, and that past experiences can guide future decisions. Descartes deliberately stripped away these assumptions in order to find something absolutely certain. In doing so, he entered a mental space where even basic truths had to be rebuilt step by step. This method produced powerful insights, but it also created a kind of intellectual isolation. When someone questions everything, they also temporarily lose the comfort that comes from simple certainty. Descartes was not just analyzing reality. He was reconstructing it from nothing, and that process never truly allowed him to rest. As his philosophical work developed, Descartes became increasingly focused on clarity, precision, and systematic reasoning. He believed that human error came from rushing, from accepting incomplete arguments, and from failing to fully analyze ideas. This belief pushed him toward an ideal of thinking that was almost mechanical in its structure. Every conclusion had to be justified. Every assumption had to be examined. While this approach contributed to some of his greatest achievements, it also reflects a deeper tension. The pursuit of perfect reasoning can become endless because the demand for certainty keeps expanding. The more carefully you think, the more possible doubts you discover, and the more difficult it becomes to declare anything truly complete. In his later years, Descartes accepted an invitation to Sweden from Queen Christina, who was eager to learn from him. The environment, however, was harsh for someone accustomed to a warmer climate and a more flexible daily routine. He was required to give lessons early in the morning, which disrupted the careful rhythms he had developed over years of intellectual work. His health began to decline, and he eventually fell seriously ill. At the time, Europe was also facing outbreaks of disease, and Descartes was exposed to conditions that his weakened state could not easily withstand. He died in Stockholm in 1650, far from the intellectual circles where he had built his legacy. What makes Descartes' story striking is not simply that he died young or under difficult conditions, but that his entire life reflects a deeper philosophical tension. He spent his career trying to eliminate uncertainty, yet life itself is built on uncertainty. He sought absolute clarity in a world that rarely offers it. That pursuit gave humanity some of its most influential ideas, but it also reveals the cost of demanding perfection from thought itself. Most people learn to live with ambiguity. Descartes tried to transcend it completely. That is why his story continues to resonate. It is not only about a philosopher who changed history. It is about a mind that pushed the boundaries of certainty so far that even thinking became a form of struggle. Descartes' legacy shows that intellectual ambition can create extraordinary insight, but it can also carry hidden costs when the desire for perfection leaves no room for rest, compromise, or acceptance of the limits of human understanding. In the end, his life reflects a paradox at the heart of human thought itself. The more deeply we search for certainty, the more we are reminded that some level of uncertainty is unavoidable. The hard truths hidden in Abraham Lincoln's lifelong struggles. Abraham Lincoln is often remembered as a symbol of resilience, leadership, and moral courage, the kind of figure who seems almost carved out of certainty and strength. From the outside, his story looks like a straight rise from humble beginnings to one of the most important presidencies in history. But the reality of Lincoln's life was far less stable and far more emotionally eloquent than the simplified version people usually hear. Before he became a national leader, Lincoln spent decades moving through failure, loss, rejection, and personal struggle that would have broken many people long before they ever reached a position of influence. His greatness was not built on a smooth path upward, but on a life shaped by repeated setbacks that forced him to confront uncomfortable truths about himself and the world around him. Lincoln's early life was marked by poverty and instability. He had very little formal education and grew up in conditions where survival often mattered more than ambition. Even as he began to pursue law and politics, success did not come quickly or easily. He lost elections, faced public criticism, and struggled with self-doubt that he openly acknowledged in his personal writings. What makes Lincoln's story powerful is not that he avoided failure, but that failure became a constant companion in his development. Many people assume confidence comes before success, but in Lincoln's case, confidence was repeatedly rebuilt after disappointment. Each rejection forced him to rethink his approach, strengthen his reasoning, and develop a deeper understanding of human behavior. One of the hardest truths hidden in Lincoln's life is how deeply he experienced personal loss and emotional strain. He faced depression at multiple points in his life, a condition that was not widely understood in his time. Friends and colleagues sometimes described his moods as heavy and reflective, as if he was constantly carrying the weight of something larger than himself. At the same time, he experienced profound personal tragedy within his family life, including the death of children, which left lasting emotional scars. These experiences did not simply disappear when he entered public office. They shaped the way he saw suffering, responsibility, and the fragile nature of human life. In many ways, his empathy as a leader came from understanding pain in a way that cannot be learned from theory alone. As Lincoln rose into national politics, the pressure did not decrease. In fact, it intensified. His election as president came at a moment when the country itself was deeply divided, and his leadership quickly became defined by one of the most destructive conflicts in American history. The Civil War placed enormous strain on him personally and politically. He had to make decisions that affected millions of lives while constantly facing criticism from both allies and opponents. Modern psychology often highlights the concept of emotional labor, the hidden psychological cost of making difficult decisions under pressure. Lincoln's presidency is a clear example of this. Behind every public statement and policy decision was a leader carrying constant uncertainty, grief, and responsibility. There is also a deeper psychological pattern in Lincoln's life that is often overlooked. Repeated failure can either break a person or reshape them. In Lincoln's case, it forced a long process of self-reflection that gradually refined his judgment. He learned to tolerate ambiguity, to reconsider his assumptions, and to balance conviction with flexibility. These qualities became essential during his presidency, where rigid thinking could have led to even greater disaster. His earlier struggles did not disappear when he became president. Instead, they became part of the foundation that allowed him to handle crisis with a level of patience and perspective that few leaders possess. Yet even success did not remove the burden he carried. Lincoln often appeared deeply thoughtful, sometimes even somber, as if aware that leadership did not come with emotional relief. Instead, it came with greater exposure to the suffering of others. The Civil War magnified this reality. Every decision carried consequences that weighed heavily on him, and every victory was accompanied by loss. His life illustrates a truth that is rarely acknowledged in simplified historical narrative. As leadership does not eliminate personal struggle, it often amplifies it. That is why Lincoln's story continues to resonate so strongly. It challenges the idea that greatness comes from uninterrupted progress or natural confidence. Instead, it reveals something far more human. His strength was built through repeated encounters with failure, grief, and responsibility that forced him to grow in ways comfort never could. The hard truths hidden in Abraham Lincoln's lifelong struggles are not just about history. They are about the reality that meaningful strength is often formed in the presence of difficulty, not in its absence. Lincoln did not become great because life was easy for him. He became great because he learned how to carry the weight of a difficult life without allowing it to define his limits. How Archimedes could not escape the violence of his age. Archimedes is often remembered as one of the greatest scientific minds in history, a man whose discoveries in mathematics, physics, and engineering feel almost timeless. His ideas about levers, buoyancy, and geometry shaped the foundations of science long before modern laboratories ever existed. In many retellings, he appears as a figure completely devoted to thought, so absorbed in abstract problems that the outside world almost disappears. But that image hides a far harsher reality. Archimedes did not live in a world of peaceful curiosity. He lived in a time defined by war, conquest, and sudden violence, and no level of intellectual brilliance could fully shield him from it. His story is a reminder that even the most abstract minds are still trapped inside the brutal realities of their age. Syracuse, the city where Archimedes lived, was not a quiet center of learning. It was a strategic and wealthy city caught between powerful empires. During Archimedes' lifetime, it became entangled in the larger conflicts of the Punic Wars between Rome and Carthage. This meant that scientific innovation and military survival existed side by side. Archimedes contributed to the defense of his city with remarkable ingenuity, designing machines and defensive mechanisms that were intended to slow or repel invading forces. His intellect, usually associated with pure theory, became directly involved in warfare. This alone reveals an important truth. In unstable times, even the most theoretical knowledge can be pulled in the service of survival. There is a psychological tension in this kind of environment that is easy to underestimate. Human beings can compartmentalize thought in peaceful conditions, separating science, art, and daily life from conflict. But in times of war, those boundaries collapse. Everything becomes connected to survival. Archimedes likely understood this better than most. His inventions were not created in isolation from the world around him. They were responses to it. The same mind that explored geometric principles also applied those principles to physical defenses. It is a powerful example of how external pressure shapes intellectual work. Genius does not exist in a vacuum. It adapts to the conditions surrounding it. Despite his contributions, Archimedes remained fundamentally a thinker rather than a political or military leader. He did not control the forces that surrounded Syracuse. When Rome eventually besieged the city, even his inventions could not fully change the outcome. The fall of Syracuse was not just a military event. It was the collapse of a world in which Archimedes had lived and worked. His intellectual achievements could delay, disrupt, and challenge invading forces, but they could not rewrite the larger trajectory of empire and conquest. This is one of history's most sobering lessons. Intelligence can influence events, but it cannot always determine them. The final moments of Archimedes' life are often recounted with a mixture of admiration and tragedy. Hades. According to tradition, he was focused on a mathematical problem when Roman soldiers entered the city. Whether or not every detail of the story is exact, the meaning is clear. A mind fully immersed in abstraction was interrupted by the sudden reality of violence. He was killed during the sack of Syracuse, a moment that symbolically represents the collision between intellectual pursuit and historical brutality. It is difficult not to see irony in this. A man who helped explain the principles of the physical world ultimately fell victim to the most physical force of all, war. What makes Archimedes' story especially powerful is the contrast between his intellectual legacy and his physical vulnerability. His ideas have outlived empires. His discoveries are still studied and respected thousands of years later. Yet his life ended in a moment of chaos that then to do with the beauty of mathematics or the elegance of scientific reasoning. This contrast highlights a truth that applies far beyond ancient history. Human progress in knowledge does not automatically protect individuals from the conditions of their time. Great thinkers often shape the future intellectually while remaining completely exposed to the dangers of the present. That is why Archimedes' story continues to resonate. It shows that even the most extraordinary intellect cannot fully escape the world it exists in. His life was not just about discovery, but also survival inside a violent and unpredictable era. The same world that allowed his ideas to flourish also contained the forces that ultimately ended his life. In the end, Archimedes could not escape the violence of his age, but his ideas escaped it completely. They survived long after the wars faded, reminding us that while human lives are fragile and bound to their time, human thought can endure far beyond them. The failure that haunted Sigmund Freud. Sigmund Freud is often described as one of the most influential thinkers of the modern era. a man who changed how people understand the mind, dreams, memory, and hidden desire. His ideas shaped psychology, literature, art, and even everyday language. Concepts like the unconscious and repression became part of how society explains human behavior. From the outside, Freud's life can look like a steady rise of intellectual success. But beneath that reputation was a personal and professional struggle that never fully left him. Among his many theories and discoveries, there was also a deep and lingering sense of failure tied to one central ambition he never managed to complete in the way he originally intended. At the heart of Freud's early work was a strong desire to build psychology into a rigorous scientific system, something that could explain mental life with the same precision that physics or biology explained the physical world. He wanted to uncover the hidden mechanisms behind thought and behavior, reducing the complexity of the human mind into structured principles. In his early career, he believed he was close to achieving this kind of unified framework. But as his work developed, Freud increasingly encountered the limits of that ambition. Human psychology proved far less predictable and far more contradictory than a clean scientific model would allow. The mind did not behave like a machine with clearly defined parts. It shifted, resisted, and adapted in ways that made simple explanations difficult to maintain. This created a tension that would follow Freud throughout his career. On one hand, he was building a revolutionary way of understanding human behavior. On the other hand, he was constantly forced to revise, expand, and sometimes abandon the idea that psychology could ever be fully reduced to strict scientific laws. Many of his theories evolved in response to this challenge. The unconscious, defense mechanisms, and internal conflict all reflected attempts to account for complexity that could not be easily measured or observed. While these ideas became incredibly influential, they also represented a departure from his original dream of a fully systematic science of the mind. There is a deeper psychological lesson hidden in Freud's struggle. Human beings often begin with a vision of perfect clarity. We imagine that if we work hard enough, we will eventually reach a point where everything makes sense and uncertainty disappears. But the closer we look at complex systems like the human mind, the more layers of ambiguity we discover. Instead of reaching final answers, we often end up with better questions. Freud spent much of his life navigating this shift, moving from certainty toward interpretation, from fixed laws toward patterns that could be understood but not fully controlled. Another source of tension in Freud's life was the reaction to his ideas. While he gained a dedicated following, he also faced significant criticism from both scientific and medical communities. Many rejected his theories as untestable or overly speculative. Freud believed he was uncovering truths that others could not yet fully recognize, which created a sense of intellectual isolation. This is a common experience among pioneers in any field. When ideas are too new, they often exist in a space where they are neither fully accepted nor fully disproven. That in-between state can be psychologically exhausting, especially for someone deeply committed to their intellectual framework. As Freud aged, he became increasingly aware that his early hope for a complete system of psychology had not been fully realized in the way he once imagined. His later work continued to expand and refine psychoanalytic theory, but the original dream of a fully unified explanation of the mind remained out of reach. This is where the sense of failure becomes most personal. It was not a collapse of influence or recognition. Freud's impact was enormous. It was the quiet recognition that some intellectual goals may be inherently limitless, always expanding as new complexity is uncovered. What makes Freud's story compelling is not that he failed in a conventional sense, but that he confronted the limits of his own ambition. He pushed against the boundaries of what psychology could explain and, in doing so, discovered that those boundaries were far more fluid than he expected. His ideas did not fail because they were useless. They failed to become what he initially hoped they would be, a complete and final science of the mind. That is why the failure that haunted Sigmund Freud remains important. It reflects a broader truth about human understanding. We often begin with the hope of total clarity, but the systems we study, especially the human mind itself, rarely offer final answers. Freud's legacy is therefore shaped not only by what he discovered, but also by what he could not fully achieve. His work continues to influence modern thought, but it also stands as a reminder that even the most ambitious intellectual projects may end not in completion, but in deeper awareness of how much remains unknown. Why Thomas Jefferson died deep in debt. Thomas Jefferson is often remembered as one of the most influential figures in American history, a man associated with liberty, political vision, and intellectual brilliance. He helped shape the founding ideals of the United States and left behind a legacy that continues to define political thought today. From a distance, Hiff appears like a steady rise from philosopher to statesman to historical icon. But behind that legacy was a far more complicated personal reality, one marked by financial instability that followed him for decades and ultimately ended in deep debt. Jefferson's story is not only about political greatness, it is also about how personal choices, social expectations, and long-term financial patterns can quietly unravel even the most accomplished lives. One of the central contradictions in Jefferson's life was the gap between his public ideals and his private financial habits. He was a strong advocate of independence, reason, and self-governance, yet he lived as a Virginia planter in a system that required large estates, enslaved labor, and constant maintenance of property. His lifestyle at Monticello reflected both intellectual ambition and economic strain. Maintaining such an estate was expensive, and over time, the costs of land, construction projects, and household management accumulated. Jefferson frequently expanded and redesigned Monticello, driven by a desire to refine and improve it, but each improvement also added to his financial burden. What looked like progress on the surface often deepened his long-term economic vulnerability. There is a psychological pattern that helps explain part of Jefferson's situation. Many high-achieving individuals tend to prioritize vision over constraint. They focus on what they want to build rather than what they can realistically sustain. Jefferson was deeply future-oriented. He invested energy into education, architecture, politics, and intellectual projects, often assuming that future income or support would eventually balance present costs. This kind of thinking can work temporarily, but it becomes risky when long-term obligations consistently exceed available resources. Over time, debts accumulate not because of a single mistake, but because of repeated decisions that individually seem reasonable but collectively create pressure. Jefferson's financial difficulties were also shaped by the economic structure of his time. Wealth among landowners was often tied to property rather than liquid income. This meant that individuals like Jefferson could appear wealthy in land value while still struggling with cash flow. When unexpected expenses arose or credit tightened, even prominent figures could find themselves in serious financial distress. Jefferson's dependence on borrowing became increasingly difficult to manage, especially as interest accumulated and obligations grew more complex. Unlike modern financial systems with structured repayment mechanisms, his situation depended heavily on personal networks, trust, and the willingness of others to extend credit. Another important factor was Jefferson's personal generosity and sense of responsibility toward others. He often supported family members, assisted friends, and maintained a lifestyle that reflected his social position. While these actions were socially expected in his environment, they also contributed to ongoing financial strain. In many cases, his commitments exceeded what his income could sustainably support. This reflects a broader human tendency. People often underestimate the long-term cost of maintaining identity, reputation, and relationships, especially when those responsibilities are tied to social expectations. As Jefferson aged, these financial pressures did not disappear. Instead, they gradually intensified. His debts became more difficult to resolve, and his estate could not fully cover the obligations he had accumulated. Even though he remained respected for his political achievements, his private financial situation told a different story. By the end of his life, Jefferson faced significant debt that would ultimately be addressed through the sale of property after his death. It is a striking contrast. A man who helped shape a nation struggled to maintain personal financial stability within his own household. What makes Jefferson's story particularly compelling is that it challenges the assumption that intellectual or political success automatically translates into personal security. His life demonstrates that different domains of success operate under different rules. Vision and leadership do not guarantee financial discipline, and long-term achievement in one area does not prevent vulnerability in another. Jefferson's debt was not the result of a single failure, but of a long pattern of decisions shaped by optimism, ambition, and structural limitations. That is why the end of Thomas Jefferson's life carries a quieter kind of lesson. It shows that even historical greatness does not exempt a person from ordinary human challenges. Financial pressure, overextension, and long-term obligation can affect anyone, regardless of status or influence. Jefferson's legacy remains monumental, but his personal story adds depth to that legacy. It reminds us that even those who help shape history must still navigate the practical realities of the lives they live within it. The unexpected weaknesses of Frederick the Great. Frederick the Great is often remembered as one of the most disciplined and effective military leaders in European history, a ruler who transformed Prussia into a major power through strategy, structure, and relentless efficiency. From the outside, his life looks like a model of control. He is associated with order, precision, and a kind of cold rationality that seems almost superhuman. Yet behind this carefully constructed image were unexpected weaknesses that shaped his decisions, strained his relationships, and revealed a far more complex human reality. Frederick was not simply a symbol of control. He was also a man constantly negotiating with his own limits. One of the most striking contradictions in Frederick's life was the tension between his public identity and his private inclinations. As king, he demanded discipline, obedience, and strict military organization. He built one of the most efficient armies in Europe and enforced systems that reflected his belief in order above all else. But in his personal life, Frederick often gravitated toward art, music, philosophy, and intellectual companionship. He wrote and corresponded with Enlightenment thinkers and maintained a deep appreciation for French culture. This created an internal conflict between the ruler, who valued rigid structure, and the individual, who was drawn to creative expression. The result was a life lived between two competing identities that were never fully reconciled. Another unexpected weakness lay in Frederick's emotional isolation. He maintained difficult relationships, especially with his father, Frederick William I, whose strict and authoritarian style left a lasting psychological imprint on him. Their relationship was marked by tension, fear, and control, shaping Frederick's understanding of authority from a very young age. This background influenced his later leadership style, but it also contributed to a lifelong emotional distance from others. Even as a powerful king, Frederick often appeared detached, relying more on reason and duty than emotional connection. Psychological research on attachment suggests that early relational environments can strongly influence adult emotional behavior, and Frederick's life reflects this pattern in a striking way. Frederick also displayed a tendency toward intellectual overconfidence in certain strategic decisions. While his military successes were remarkable, some of his campaigns revealed moments where ambition and calculation overshadowed caution. Like many successful leaders, he faced the psychological trap of reinforcement bias, where past victories increase confidence in future outcomes. Each success strengthened the belief that his methods were correct, which at times reduced his openness to alternative approaches. In high-stakes environments like warfare, this kind of bias can amplify both achievement and risk, depending on circumstances beyond a leader's control. There is also a human limitation that becomes visible in Frederick's life. Despite his emphasis on rational governance, he lived in a world shaped by unpredictable political alliances, shifting European powers, and constant military pressure. No amount of planning could fully eliminate uncertainty. Frederick's weakness, in this sense, was not lack of intelligence, but the unavoidable limits of intelligence itself when applied to complex systems. Human decision-making, even at its highest level, always operates under incomplete information. Frederick's career demonstrates how even highly structured minds must constantly adapt to realities that resist full control. His personal health in later life also reflects another dimension of vulnerability. Years of warfare, stress, and responsibility took a physical toll on him. The image of the composed and disciplined ruler gradually gave way to an aging man carrying the accumulated weight of decades of leadership. This contrast highlights a broader truth about power. The greater the responsibilities a person holds, the more invisible burdens they often carry. Leadership does not remove human fragility, it often concentrates it. What makes Frederick the Great particularly interesting is not that he had weaknesses, but that his strengths and weaknesses were deeply interconnected. His discipline enabled his military success, but it also contributed to emotional distance. His rationality produced effective governance, but it sometimes limited flexibility. His confidence allowed bold decisions, but it occasionally narrowed his perspective. In this sense, his weaknesses were not separate flaws, but extensions of the very traits that made him successful. That is why Frederick's story remains compelling. It challenges the simplified idea that great leaders are defined only by strength. Instead, it shows that greatness often emerges from a complex balance of abilities and limitations. The unexpected weaknesses of Frederick the Great were not exceptions to his character. They were part of it. And in understanding those weaknesses, we gain a more complete picture of how even the most disciplined rulers remain fundamentally human, shaped by emotion, history, and the limits of perception that no level of power can fully escape. How Blaise Pascal wrestled with fear and doubt. Blaise Pascal is often remembered as a brilliant mathematician and thinker who helped shape probability theory, physics, and early computer science ideas. From the outside, his life looks like a straight line of intellectual achievement, a mind that moved easily between science and philosophy with effortless clarity. But behind that image was a far more unsettled inner world. Pascal lived with constant tension between reason and fear, between intellectual certainty and emotional doubt, and between his pursuit of truth and his awareness of human fragility. His story is not just about genius. It is about what happens when a mind powerful enough to understand the world cannot fully calm the anxieties that come with being human. From a very young age, Pascal showed extraordinary intellectual ability. He was solving advanced mathematical problems as a teenager and quickly entered the world of scientific innovation. Yet even as his intellect expanded, his emotional world did not settle into the same confidence. Pascal was deeply aware of uncertainty, not only in mathematics but in existence itself. He understood that reason could describe patterns and probabilities, but it could not fully eliminate doubt about meaning, purpose, or the limits of human knowledge. This awareness became both his strength and his burden. The more he understood, the more he recognized what could never be fully known. There is a psychological pattern that helps explain Pascal's internal struggle. Highly analytical thinkers often develop what can be described as heightened sensitivity to uncertainty. Instead of ignoring ambiguity, they notice it more intensely. For Pascal, this meant that the gaps in human knowledge were not abstract ideas. They were emotionally real. He did not simply think about uncertainty, he felt it. This created a constant tension between his desire for rational clarity and his awareness that complete certainty may be impossible in a finite human life. This struggle became even more pronounced as Pascal grew older. After a dramatic personal religious experience, he shifted much of his attention toward questions of faith and spiritual meaning. This transition was not a rejection of reason, but an attempt to address the limits of reason. He began to explore the idea that human beings are suspended between greatness and weakness, capable of understanding vast systems of logic, while also being vulnerable to fear, doubt, and mortality. In his reflections, he often emphasized the idea that distraction and constant activity are ways humans avoid confronting uncomfortable truths about existence. This insight reveals a deeper layer of his thinking. Doubt was not something to be eliminated. It was something that defined the human condition itself. Pascal's famous reasoning around belief and uncertainty reflects this inner tension. He approached questions of faith not as a simple emotional choice, but as a rational response to infinite uncertainty. The structure of his thinking shows a mind trying to use logic to resolve a problem that is partly emotional and existential. This dual approach highlights one of his central struggles. He wanted certainty, but he also understood that certainty might not be available in the form humans desire. This created a lifelong negotiation between intellect and vulnerability. What makes Pascal's story especially compelling is that his fear and doubt did not disappear as his achievements grew. In many cases, success amplifies internal pressure rather than removes it. The more he accomplished intellectually, the more he seemed aware of the limits of intellectual achievement. This is a paradox often seen in reflective thinkers. Awareness becomes deeper, but emotional resolution does not always follow at the same pace. Pascal's mind could map probability and logic, but it could not fully resolve the existential questions that lay beneath them. There is also a broader human lesson hidden in his experience. Many people assume that intelligence reduces fear, but Pascal's life suggests something more complex. Intelligence can clarify uncertainty, but it can also intensify it. The ability to see multiple possibilities, outcomes, and interpretations can make certainty feel even more distant. For Pascal, understanding the structure of doubt did not eliminate it. It made it more visible and more difficult to ignore. That is why Blaise Pascal's struggle with fear and doubt continues to resonate. It reflects a universal human experience that exists beneath intellectual achievement, success, and knowledge. His life shows that even the most powerful minds are still shaped by uncertainty, and that the search for certainty is often less about eliminating doubt and more about learning how to live alongside it. In the end, Pascal's legacy is not only found in his scientific and mathematical contributions, but also in his honest confrontation with the limits of human understanding and the emotional weight that comes with seeing those limits so clearly. The lesson of impermanence from Ashoka's transformation. Ashoka the Great is remembered as one of the most powerful emperors in ancient history, a ruler who expanded the Mauryan Empire across most of the Indian subcontinent. From the outside, his early reign looks like a story of conquest, ambition, and political dominance. He built his authority through war and military strength, and for a time, it seemed as though expansion would define his entire legacy. But Ashoka's life contains one of the most dramatic transformations in history. At the height of his power, he experienced a shift in perspective that completely changed the direction of his rule. His story is not just about empire building. It is about the realization that everything built through force is ultimately unstable, and that even the greatest victories carry within them the seeds of change. The turning point in Ashoka's life came after the brutal Kalinga War. Historical accounts describe it as a devastating conflict marked by massive loss of life and widespread suffering. Although Ashoka emerged victorious, the cost of that victory affected him deeply. For someone who had built his authority through conquest, the aftermath forced a confrontation with the reality of what expansion actually meant. It is one thing to view war as a strategic achievement from a distance, but quite another to witness its consequences firsthand. The psychological impact of that realization became a defining moment in his life. Instead of reinforcing his identity as a conqueror, it pushed him toward reflection and change. There is an important psychological pattern visible in moments like this. Human beings often operate under what can be called outcome blindness during periods of ambition. When focused on goals like power, success, or expansion, it becomes easy to abstract away the human cost of those goals. But when confronted with the full reality of consequences, perception can shift rapidly. In Ashoka's case, that shift appears to have been profound. He began to question not only the methods of his rule, but the purpose of power itself. This kind of transformation is rare because it requires the ability to reinterpret past actions through a completely new moral lens. Following the war, Ashoka gradually moved away from military conquest and toward a form of governance centered on ethical principles and social responsibility. He embraced teachings that emphasized compassion, restraint, and moral conduct. Instead of focusing on expanding territory, he began focusing on improving the well-being of the people within his empire. This transition did not happen instantly, nor was it free of complexity. Governing an empire still required political structure and authority. But the direction of his leadership changed in a meaningful way. Power was no longer treated as an end in itself, but as something that carried responsibility and consequence. One of the most striking aspects of Ashoka's transformation is how it reflects the concept of impermanence. Empires rise and fall, victories fade into history, and political dominance is never permanent. Ashoka's realization was not that power was meaningless, but that it was temporary. This understanding shifted his focus from conquest to legacy, from expansion to meaning. He began to invest in actions that would outlast military success, including the spread of moral teachings and public welfare initiatives. In doing so, he redefined what it meant to be a great ruler. Greatness was no longer measured only by how much land was controlled, but by how that power was used. The lesson of impermanence in Ashoka's life reflects a broader truth about human ambition. People often assume that achievements will create lasting stability or identity, but history repeatedly shows that external success is always subject to change. Conditions shift, circumstances evolve, and what once seemed permanent can quickly become part of the past. Ashoka's transformation highlights the importance of recognizing this early. When individuals understand that all external power is temporary, they are more likely to seek meaning in actions that have deeper and more lasting value. What makes Ashoka's story so powerful is not just the scale of his empire or the intensity of his transformation, but the clarity of the lesson it leaves behind. Impermanence is not a philosophical abstraction. It is a lived reality that applies to power, success, and identity itself. Ashoka began as a conqueror who expanded an empire through force, and he ended as a ruler who understood that the most enduring influence comes from what remains after power fades. His life demonstrates that true transformation often begins when a person recognizes that nothing external is permanent, and that this realization can become the foundation for a completely different way of living and leading. Why Edmund Burke warned against good intentions? Edmund Burke is often remembered as a political thinker who challenged the idea that good intends alone enough to build a better society. In a world where reformers and revolutionaries believed that strong moral vision could reshape nations overnight, Burke offered a more cautious perspective. He did not deny that people could have sincere desires to improve the world. In fact, he assumed most political actors believed they were acting for the good. His warning was different. He argued that good intentions, when detached from experience and respect for complexity, could lead not to improvement but to unintended destruction. His thinking remains relevant because it addresses a timeless human blind spot. The belief morality alone guarantees good outcomes. Burke lived during a period of intense political change, particularly the French Revolution. At first, the revolution was celebrated by many as a triumph of liberty and reason over tyranny. It appeared to be guided noble principles such as equality, justice, and human rights. However, as events unfolded, it became increasingly clear that the attempt to redesign society from the ground up was producing instability, violence, and chaos. Burke observed this transformation with growing concern. He believed the revolutionaries were driven by abstract ideals that ignored the lived realities of the society they were trying to rebuild. In his view, they were not simply changing laws. They were dismantling inherited systems without fully understanding the purpose those systems had served. A key idea in Burke's thinking is that society is a machine that can be rebuilt at will. Instead, it is a complex structure shaped by generations of experience, tradition, and adaptation. Even imperfect institutions, he argued, often contain accumulated wisdom that is not immediately visible. When reformers act purely on abstract principles, they risk destroying that hidden stability without understanding what holds it together. This is where good intentions can become dangerous. A person may genuinely believe they are improving a system while unknowingly removing the safeguards that prevent collapse. There is also a psychological pattern that helps explain why Burke's warning is so important. Human beings are naturally drawn to simple explanations and clean solutions. When we see injustice or inefficiency, our instinct is often to imagine a direct fix. If something is wrong, it should be corrected quickly and decisively. But large systems rarely respond well to sudden or total redesign. They are shaped by countless interdependent factors that cannot be fully predicted. Burke understood that complexity creates unintended consequences, and that the more confident people are in simple solutions, the more likely they are to overlook hidden risks. Burke also emphasized the limits of human reason in political life. While reason is powerful, it does not operate in isolation. It is influenced by history, culture, habit, and emotion. Attempts to ignore these forces in favor of pure logic can lead to decisions that are theoretically consistent but practically harmful. In this sense, Burke was not Z-reason, but Z-overconfidence in reason. He believed that wisdom comes not only from thinking clearly, but from recognizing what cannot be fully known or controlled. One of the most important implications of Burke's argument is that experience matters more than intention alone. Good intentions do not guarantee good outcomes because the world responds to actions, not motivations. A policy can be designed with compassion and still produce harm if it fails to account for complexity. Burke's warning is not cynical. It does not suggest that people should abandon the desire to improve society. Instead, it suggests that improvement requires humility, patience, and respect for the accumulated knowledge embedded in existing systems. That is why Burke's perspective continues to be relevant. Modern society still faces the same tension between idealism and complexity. People continue to propose sweeping reforms with the belief that moral clarity is enough to ensure success. Burke reminds us that history rarely rewards certainty without caution. His warning against good intentions is ultimately a warning against assuming that we fully understand the systems we are trying to change. True wisdom, in his view, lies not in abandoning ideals, but in recognizing that even the most noble intentions must be guided by experience, restraint, and an awareness of unintended consequences. The quiet defeat of Herodotus' search for truth. Herodotus is often called the father of history, a title that suggests clarity, authority, and a confident grasp of the past. He is remembered for his monumental work that attempted to document the wars, cultures, and stories of the ancient world with a scope no one had tried before him. From a distance, his achievement looks like a victory of curiosity over ignorance, a triumph of observation over myth. But beneath that legacy lies a more complicated reality. Herodotus spent his life trying to separate truth from rumor, fact from storytelling, and reliable accounts from exaggerated memory, yet he lived in a world where those boundaries were constantly shifting. His search for truth was not a clean success. It was a quiet struggle against the limits of human knowledge itself. When Herodotus traveled through different regions collecting stories, he was entering a world where history was not recorded in archives or verified through systematic documentation. Instead, it lived in oral tradition, personal memory, and cultural interpretation. Every account he encountered came filtered through human perspective. A story told by one group might be completely reshaped when told by another. Victories became larger, defeats became smaller, and events were often adjusted to fit collective identity rather than factual precision. Herodotus understood this problem better than most, and instead of ignoring conflicting versions, he often recorded multiple accounts side by side. This reveals both his honesty and his limitation. He was aware that truth was unstable, but he did not always have the tools to stabilize it. There is a psychological reality hidden in Herodotus's method that remains relevant even today. Human memory is not a perfect recording device. It is reconstructive, meaning that people remember events by rebuilding them each time they are recalled. This process introduces distortion, especially when stories are passed across generations or shaped by emotion, pride, or fear. Herodotus was essentially working with this unstable material. He was trying to build a coherent understanding of history from sources that were themselves constantly changing. In many ways, his work reflects the beginning of historical thinking, but also the limits of what was possible at the time. The quiet defeat in Herodotus's search for truth does not come from failure in the traditional sense. It comes from recognition. The more he investigated, the more he encountered contradictions that could not be easily resolved. Different cultures had different versions of the same events. Even within a single tradition, details shifted depending on who was telling the story. Rather than being able to arrive at a single definitive account, Herodotus often had to leave tensions unresolved. This creates a kind of intellectual humility that is rare for his time. He did not always claim certain where it could not be justified, but he also could not always escape uncertainty either. What makes this especially significant is that Herodotus was working at the boundary between myth and history. In many ancient societies, storytelling was not separated from factual reporting in the way it is today. Stories carried meaning, identity, and moral lessons as much as they carried information. Herodotus had to navigate this world while trying to introduce a more observational approach. This placed him in a difficult position. If he accepted stories too readily, he risked losing accuracy. If he rejected them too aggressively, he risked losing the cultural context that gave them meaning. His work became a balancing act between respect for tradition and pursuit of truth. There is also a deeper philosophical tension in Herodotus's project. The idea of objective historical truth assumes that events can be fully recovered and understood as they actually happened. But Herodotus's experience suggests that history is always partially constructed through perspective. Even when facts exist, interpretation shapes how those facts are understood. This does not mean truth does not exist, but it does mean it is often more fragile than people assume. Herodotus spent his life moving closer to truth, but also discovering how easily it could fragment under the weight of human interpretation. That is why his legacy feels both impressive and incomplete. He laid the foundation for historical inquiry, yet he also revealed its limits. The quiet defeat of Herodotus's search for truth is not that he failed to gather information, but that he uncovered how difficult it is to ever fully escape the distortions of human storytelling. His work stands as both a beginning and a warning. It shows that the pursuit of truth in history is not a straight path toward certainty, but a continuous effort to navigate uncertainty with honesty, awareness, and the willingness to accept that some answers will always remain just out of reach. How Maimonides balanced wisdom and survival. Maimonides is remembered as one of the greatest minds of the medieval world, a philosopher, physician, and legal scholar whose writings shaped religious and intellectual life for centuries. His works continue to influence ethics, law, and philosophy across different traditions. From a distance, his life can look like a stable path of scholarship and achievement. But the reality behind that legacy was far more fragile. Maimonides lived in a time of political instability, religious persecution, and constant movement, where survival was never guaranteed and intellectual life often depended on navigating danger with extreme caution. His story is not only about wisdom, it is about how wisdom itself had to be shaped by the need to stay alive. Born in 12th century Cordoba, Maimonides grew up in a world where cultural and religious tensions were increasing rapidly. As political control shifted in the region, his family was forced to flee, beginning a long period of migration across different territories. This experience shaped his understanding of uncertainty from an early age. Unlike philosophers who could work in stable academic environments, Maimonides had to think while moving, teach while adapting, and write while constantly aware that safety could disappear at any moment. His intellectual development was not separated from survival. It was built inside it. This tension created a unique psychological reality. Human beings usually develop ideas in environments that provide some level of stability. Stability allows for long-term thinking, reflection, and refinement. Maimonides did not always have that luxury. He had to balance intellectual ambition with practical caution. In many cases, expressing ideas too openly or too early could attract unwanted attention or conflict. As a result, his writing often reflects a careful structure, where clarity is paired with restraint. He developed a way of communicating that preserved depth while reducing unnecessary exposure to risk. This balance between expression and caution became one of the defining features of his work. There is also a deeper intellectual challenge hidden in his life. Maimonides was committed to rational inquiry and believed that reason and faith could coexist in a meaningful way. But living in a divided and often hostile environment meant that philosophical ideas were never purely abstract. They existed inside social and political realities that could interpret them as threatening. This meant that wisdom was not only about discovering truth, but also about understanding when and how truth could be expressed. In this sense, knowledge itself became something strategic. It had to be shaped not only by what was true, but also by what could be safely communicated. Maimonides also worked as a physician, which added another layer to his understanding of survival. Medicine required practical decision-making under uncertainty, often involving limited information and high-stakes outcomes. This experience reinforced thinking that combined theory with real-world constraints. He was constantly dealing with the gap between ideal understanding and practical necessity. That gap is where many of his insights became most powerful. Wisdom, for him, was not separate from life. It was tested by life at every moment. One of the most important aspects of Maimonides' approach was his ability to organize complex knowledge into structured systems that others could use. His major works did not simply present ideas. They created frameworks for understanding law, ethics, and philosophy in a way that could survive across time and context. This reflects a deeper awareness that knowledge must be preserved carefully if it is to outlast instability. In a world where communities could be displaced and texts could be lost, structure itself became a form of survival. What makes Maimonides' story especially compelling is that he never separated intellectual life from the realities of the world around him. Many thinkers imagine wisdom as something that exists above politics, conflict, or danger. Maimonides' life shows something different. Wisdom often has to operate within those conditions, not outside them. His ability to balance deep intellectual work with the constant pressure of survival is what allowed his ideas to endure. That is why his legacy continues to matter. Maimonides demonstrates that wisdom is not only about understanding abstract truths, but also about navigating the fragile conditions in which those truths must exist. His life reflects a careful balance between clarity and caution, between expression and restraint, and between the desire to think freely and the need to remain safe. In the end, the balance he achieved was not perfect, but it was enough to ensure that his ideas survived long after the dangers he lived through had faded into history. The long road of failure before James Watt changed the world. James Watt is often credited with transforming the Industrial Revolution, a name tied to steam power machinery and the beginning of modern industry. From the outside, his legacy looks like a clean story of invention and progress, as if he simply discovered a better engine and changed the world overnight. But the reality of Watt's journey was far slower, more uncertain, and filled with repeated setbacks that would have ended most attempts long before success ever arrived. His story is not just about invention. It is about persistence in the face of technical failure, financial pressure, and the constant gap between idea and reality. When Watt first began working on steam engines, he was not entering an untouched field. Early steam engines already existed, most notably the Newcomen engine, which was used primarily to pump water from mines. These machines worked, but they were inefficient, slow, and expensive to operate. Watt's insight was not simply to invent a steam engine, but to improve it dramatically by increasing efficiency and reducing wasted energy. This sounds straightforward in hindsight, but at the time it required solving problems that were not well understood. Heat loss, pressure control, and mechanical precision were all major challenges, and each solution revealed new complications. Watt's early experiments were filled with failure. His ideas often worked in theory but failed in practice. Components broke, systems leaked, and energy losses were far greater than expected. One of the most frustrating aspects of his work was that improvements in one area often created problems in another. This is a common reality in engineering and innovation. Complex systems rarely respond to single changes in isolation. Every adjustment interacts with other parts of the system, producing outcomes that are difficult to predict. Watt was constantly navigating this tension between imagination and physical limitation. There is also a psychological dimension to this long period of failure. Sustained effort without visible success can create doubt even in highly motivated individuals. Watt worked for years before seeing meaningful results, relying on incremental improvements rather than dramatic breakthroughs. During this time, financial pressure added another layer of difficulty. Innovation requires resources, and resources are often limited when success is not yet visible. Watt depended on support from collaborators and patrons, which meant that his progress was always tied to expectations and uncertainty. The pressure to justify continued investment can weigh heavily on long-term experimental work. One of the key turning points in Watt's progress came when he developed the idea of a separate condenser, a design improvement that significantly increased the efficiency of steam engines. This concept did not emerge suddenly. It was the result of continuous observation, testing, and refinement over years of failed attempts. Even after the idea was conceived, implementing it required further experimentation and adjustment. The path from insight to working machine was still long and difficult. This highlights an important truth about innovation. Ideas are only the beginning. Execution is often the real challenge. Watt's eventual success was not a single moment of genius, but the accumulation of repeated corrections over time. Each failure provided information that guided the next attempt. In this sense, failure was not separate from success. It was part of the process that made success possible. This perspective challenges the common narrative of invention as sudden inspiration. More often, it is a gradual process shaped by persistence, iteration, and the willingness to continue even when progress is unclear. What makes Watt's story especially meaningful is how it reflects the broader nature of technological progress. Major advancements are rarely the result of isolated brilliance. They emerge from sustained effort, collaboration, and the gradual solving of interconnected problems. Watt's contributions were essential, but they were also built on existing work and refined through continuous experimentation. His achievements represent not just personal success, but the culmination of a long struggle with physical reality itself. That is why the long road of failure before James Watt changed the world is so important to understand. It shows that transformation rarely arrives in a single moment. It is often the result of countless unseen attempts, adjustments, and setbacks that eventually converge into something stable and usable. Watt's legacy is not only the machines he helped create, but also the lesson that enduring failure, when paired with steady refinement, can eventually reshape the world in ways that initially seem impossible. Why Thucydides believed human nature never changes. Thucydides is often regarded as one of the most rigorous and unsentimental historians of the ancient world. Unlike earlier chroniclers who blended myth, divine intervention, and storytelling into accounts of events, Thucydides attempted something different. He wanted to explain history through human behavior, political decisions, and the forces of power rather than fate or the gods. In doing so, he arrived at a striking conclusion that still feels relevant today. He believed that while circumstances change, human nature itself remains constant. Empires rise and fall, wars begin and end, technologies evolve, but the underlying patterns of fear, ambition, and self-interest continue to repeat across generations. Thucydides developed this perspective through his experience documenting the Peloponnesian War between Athens and Sparta. This conflict was not just a military struggle. It was a prolonged breakdown of order within the Greek world, involving shifting alliances, political instability, and extreme violence. As Thucydides observed the war unfold, he noticed that similar behaviors kept appearing on both sides regardless of context. Leaders justified harsh decisions in the name of security. Cities acted out of fear of being overtaken. Alliances were formed and broken based on immediate advantage rather than long-term trust. The surface details changed, but the underlying motivations did not. One of the key psychological insights in Thucydides' thinking is the role of fear in political decision-making. He observed that fear often drives people to take actions they would otherwise consider extreme. When survival feels threatened, moral constraints weaken, and short-term thinking becomes dominant. This pattern can be seen repeatedly in the history he recorded. Cities that once valued stability began to prioritize survival at any cost. Decisions that would normally be considered unacceptable became justified under pressure. Thucydides saw this not as an exception, but as a recurring feature of human behavior under stress. Closely tied to fear is the influence of ambition. Thucydides noted that individuals and states alike are often driven by the desire for power, honor, and advantage. Even in peaceful conditions, ambitions actors to expand their influence or secure greater security for themselves. When combined with fear, ambition becomes even more intense. Fear of losing power and desire to gain more power reinforce each other, creating cycles of escalation that are difficult to stop. Thucydides did not view this as a moral failing unique to specific people. He viewed it as a structural feature of human nature itself. Another important aspect of his analysis is the role of self-justification. Thucydides understood that people rarely act purely out of open self-interest without explanation. Instead, they construct narratives that frame their actions as necessary, defensive, or morally justified. This allows individuals and states to maintain a sense of legitimacy even when engaging in aggressive behavior. In his account of the war, speeches and political arguments often reveal how language is used to reshape perception. What one side calls defense, another calls aggression. What one side calls necessity, another calls expansion. Thucydides recognized that these interpretations are not just disagreements about facts, but reflections of deeper human tendencies. The reason Thucydides believed human nature never changes is not because he thought history repeats in identical form, but because he saw recurring patterns in how people respond to similar pressures. Conditions may differ across time, but the psychological responses to power, fear, and uncertainty remain remarkably stable. This does not mean that outcomes are predetermined, but it does suggest that certain behaviors are highly likely to reappear whenever similar circumstances arise. His work encourages readers to look beyond surface events and focus on the underlying motivations that drive them. There is also a methodological reason behind his conclusion. Thucydides deliberately excluded mythological explanations and focused only on observable human actions. By removing divine or supernatural causes, he placed full responsibility for historical events on human decision-making. This approach naturally led to a focus on patterns of behavior rather than unique or isolated causes. When history is viewed through this lens, repetition becomes more visible, and the idea of consistent human nature becomes more compelling. What makes Thucydides' insight powerful is its restraint. He does not claim that progress is impossible or that change never occurs. Instead, he suggests that beneath all external change, there is a stable core of human motivation that continues to shape events. This perspective does not eliminate complexity, but it provides a framework for understanding why similar mistakes, conflicts, and ambitions appear across different eras. That is why Thucydides believed human nature never changes. His conclusion comes not from abstract theory, but from careful observation of human behavior under pressure. The names, places, and technologies may differ across history, but the patterns of fear, ambition, and justification remain strikingly familiar. In the end, his work suggests that to understand the future, we do not only need to study new conditions. We also need to understand the unchanging parts of ourselves that continue to operate within them. The hidden costs of greatness in Johann Wolfgang von Goethe's life. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe is often remembered as one of the towering figures of European literature, a man whose influence stretched across poetry, philosophy, science, and cultural thought. His works helped define an entire intellectual era, and his name is frequently associated with genius, creativity, and artistic mastery. From a distance, his life appears like a steady ascent toward greatness, as if his talents naturally unfolded into lasting success. But behind that legacy lies a more complicated story, one marked by internal conflict, emotional strain, and the quiet costs that often accompany extraordinary achievement. Goethe's greatness was real, but it came with pressures that shaped his life in ways that are not always visible in his finished works. From early in his life, Goethe showed exceptional intellectual and artistic ability. He was capable of expressing complex emotional and philosophical ideas with remarkable clarity and depth. Yet this ability also created an internal tension. The more he produced, the more expectations grew around him. Success did not reduce pressure, it increased it. This is one of the hidden dynamics of greatness. When a person is recognized for exceptional ability, their identity can gradually become tied to that ability. Every new work is then measured not only on its own merits, but against the weight of previous achievements. Goethe experienced this pressure repeatedly as his reputation expanded across Europe. One of the most important hidden costs in Goethe's life was the struggle between creative freedom and social expectation. At different stages of his life, he held positions that required responsibility, structure, and public service. These roles provided stability, but they also limited the time and emotional space available for purely creative exploration. Goethe often found himself balancing the demands of official duties with his desire to pursue artistic and intellectual work. This tension reflects a broader pattern seen in many accomplished individuals. The more successful a person becomes, the more obligations they accumulate, and the more fragmented their time and attention can become. There is also a psychological dimension to Goethe's experience that is often overlooked. Highly creative individuals frequently operate with intense internal sensitivity. This sensitivity allows them to perceive emotion, beauty, and complexity in ways others may not, but it can also make them more vulnerable to emotional exhaustion. Goethe's writings often reflect deep engagement with themes of longing, conflict, and self-reflection. These are not abstract literary devices. They are expressions of lived experience. The same awareness that fueled his creativity also required constant emotional processing, which can be draining over long periods of time. Another hidden cost of greatness in Goethe's life was the challenge of intellectual isolation. When a thinker or artist reaches a certain level of influence, their perspective can become difficult for others to fully share or challenge. While interacted with many intellectual circles, the depth and scope of his ideas often placed him in a position where few could engage with him on equal terms. This can create a subtle form of isolation, not necessarily physical or social, but intellectual. Being widely admired does not always mean being fully understood. In some cases, it increases the distance between the individual and those around them. Goethe also lived during a time of significant political and cultural change in Europe. The shifting landscape of ideas, revolutions, and social transformation added another layer of complexity to his life. As a thinker deeply engaged with human nature and society, he could not remain detached from these changes. They influenced his writing, his worldview, and his sense of responsibility as an intellectual figure. This constant engagement with change required adaptability, but it also meant that stability was never fully guaranteed. Greatness in such a context is not only about producing work, it is about continuously responding to a world that refuses to remain still. What makes Goethe's life especially compelling is that his achievements did not eliminate these hidden costs. In many ways, they coexisted with them. His most celebrated works emerged from the same conditions that created pressure, expectation, and emotional complexity. This reveals an important truth about greatness. It is rarely a state of ease or comfort. More often, it is a condition in which talent, responsibility, and inner tension exist simultaneously. That is why the hidden costs of greatness in Johann Wolfgang von Goethe's life remain worth reflecting on. His legacy is not diminished by these complexities. Instead, it becomes more human and more relatable. Goethe's life shows that extraordinary achievement often comes with unseen trade-offs, where creativity and pressure, Fulfillment and strain, inspiration and exhaustion are all intertwined. In the end, his greatness did not remove struggle from his life. It gave that struggle a form that continues to shape how his work is understood today. How Diogenes turned poverty into power. Diogenes is one of those rare historical figures who seems to reject everything society tells us about success, yet still manages to become unforgettable. He had no wealth, no political office, no formal status, and no desire for any of them. In a world where power was usually measured by land, influence, or reputation, Diogenes chose something completely different. He turned poverty itself in a kind of philosophy, and in doing so, transformed what most people see as weakness into a form of authority that could not be taken away. Diogenes lived as a cynic philosopher in ancient Greece, and his way of life was intentionally extreme. He rejected luxury, discarded possessions, and lived in conditions that most people would consider uncomfortable at best and humiliating at worst. But for Diogenes, this was not suffering. It was freedom. He believed that the more a person depends on external things like money, comfort, or approval, the easier it is for them to be controlled. So he removed those dependencies one by one until very little could influence him. What remained was a kind of psychological independence that even powerful figures struggled to ignore. There is a deep psychological logic behind this approach. Human beings are often controlled not directly, but indirectly through desire. We want comfort, recognition, security, and status, and because of that, we become vulnerable to systems that offer those things in exchange for obedience or conformity. Diogenes essentially removed himself from that system. By refusing the rewards that society uses as incentives, he also refused the pressures that come with them. Poverty, in his case, was not a lack of resources. It was a removal of leverage. One of the most famous aspects of Diogenes' life is his willingness to challenge social norms publicly and without hesitation. He would question authority, mock hypocrisy, and expose what he saw as artificial behavior in public spaces. This behavior was not random rebellion. It was part of his philosophy. By acting without concern for reputation, he demonstrated that social approval has no real power over someone who does not seek it. In a world where most people carefully manage how they are perceived, Diogenes became someone who could not be easily manipulated through shame or admiration. This is where poverty becomes power in a psychological sense. When a person is not dependent on external validation, they become extremely difficult to control. Most social structures rely on reward and punishment systems, approval and rejection, praise and criticism. Diogenes stepped outside that framework. If someone insults you, it only matters if you value their opinion. If someone offers wealth, it only matters if you are attached to it. By reducing attachment, he reduced vulnerability. His power came from the fact that there was very little left to threaten or tempt. At the same time, Diogenes' lifestyle forced people around him to confront uncomfortable questions. If happiness does not require wealth, then what exactly is wealth for? If dignity does not come from status, then where does dignity actually come from? These questions made him disruptive, not because he held political power, but because he challenged the assumptions that support political and social power in the first place. In that sense, his influence was intellectual rather than institutional, but still deeply unsettling to those who encountered him. There is also an important lesson in the way Diogenes redefined freedom. Most people think of freedom as the ability to acquire more. More money, more comfort, more recognition. Diogenes flipped that idea entirely. For him, freedom was the ability to need less. Every dependency removed was another layer of control removed. This does not mean he was indifferent to life, but rather that he carefully examined what was truly necessary and what was simply habit or expectation. What makes Diogenes fascinating is not just his rejection of wealth, but the consistency with which he lived his philosophy. It is easy to criticize social norms intellectually while still relying on them in practice. It is much harder to fully detach from them. Diogenes pushed that detachment to its extreme, turning simplicity into a statement and poverty into a form of clarity. That is why his life continues to resonate. Diogenes shows that power does not always come from accumulation. Sometimes it comes from subtraction. By removing dependence on material wealth and social approval, he created a form of independence that could not be easily taken away. His poverty was not a limitation imposed on him by circumstance. It was a deliberate choice that redefined what it means to be powerful in the first place. The brutal political lessons learned by Otto von Bismarck. Otto von Bismarck is often remembered as the architect of German unification, a statesman who reshaped the map of Europe through calculation, diplomacy, and force. From the outside, his success can look almost mechanical, as if he simply understood how power works and applied it with precision. But behind that image was a long process of learning, testing, and adapting through political environments that were far less stable than they appear in hindsight. Bismarck did not begin as an untouchable master of statecraft. He became one by absorbing a series of brutal lessons about human nature, power, and the limits of control. One of the first lessons Bismarck learned was that ideals alone do not govern states. Early in his career, he observed how political systems often present themselves as driven by principles, while in reality being shaped by interests, fear, and survival. He came to understand that public language about morality and justice often masks deeper calculations about advantage. This realization did not make him cynical in a simple sense, but it did make him highly attentive to the difference between what people say and what they are willing to do when pressure increases. In politics, he learned sincerity matters less than leverage. Another harsh lesson came from the instability of alliances. Bismarck operated in a Europe where relationships between states could shift rapidly depending on circumstances. Friends today could become enemies tomorrow, and long-term loyalty was often weaker than short-term interest. This forced him to develop a flexible diplomatic style, where agreements were treated as tools rather than permanent commitments. He understood that alliances are not expressions of trust so much as temporary alignments of convenience. The moment circumstances change, those alignments can dissolve. This reality shaped his entire approach to foreign policy, which was focused less on permanent friendship and more on maintaining balance. There is also a psychological insight embedded in Bismarck's experience of power. He recognized that political actors are often driven by fear of losing status rather than pure ambition. This means that decisions are frequently reactive rather than purely strategic. Leaders respond not only to opportunities but to perceived threats to their position. Bismarck used this understanding to anticipate behavior and influence outcomes indirectly. Instead of always forcing direct confrontation, he often created conditions where others would choose actions that aligned with his objectives. In this sense, he was less a controller of events and more a manager of incentives. One of the most important lessons Bismarck learned was that war, while sometimes unavoidable in his era, is never a clean instrument of policy. Military success can create political opportunity, but it also introduces unpredictability. Victories can produce unintended consequences, including resentment, fear, and long-term instability. Bismarck's approach to war was therefore highly calculated. He did not see it as an end in itself, but as a controlled disruption that needed to be carefully limited in scope and duration. The goal was not endless expansion, but strategic positioning that would allow political stability afterward. Even then, he understood that outcomes could never be fully guaranteed. Bismarck also learned that managing success is often more difficult than achieving it. After major political victories, expectations rise, tensions increase, and new conflicts emerge from previously stable situations. Unification of Germany did not end political challenges. It transformed them. Bismarck had to constantly adjust policies to preserve stability in a system that had been fundamentally changed by his own actions. This reflects a deeper truth about power. Every solution creates new problems, and every success reshapes the environment in which future decisions must be made. There is also a personal cost embedded in Bismarck's political life. Constant strategic calculation requires emotional distance, and emotional distance can lead to isolation. A leader who must continuously treat relationships as instruments of statecraft may find it difficult to fully trust others or be trusted in return. While this distance can be useful in negotiation, it also creates a kind of psychological burden. The same awareness that makes manipulation visible can also make genuine connection harder to sustain. What makes Bismarck's legacy particularly compelling is that his political brilliance was not based on rigid doctrine, but on adaptability. He did not assume that history followed a simple moral pattern. Instead, he paid attention to context, timing, and the shifting motivations of those around him. His lessons were not abstract theories, but responses to real pressures and real consequences. That is why the brutal political lessons learned by Otto von Bismarck remain significant. They reveal a world in which power is rarely stable, intentions are often mixed, and outcomes depend on constant adjustment to changing realities. Bismarck's success was not the result of perfect control, but of recognizing how little can ever be fully controlled in political life, and learning how to operate effectively within that limitation. Why Mary Wollstonecraft was misunderstood for generations. Mary Wollstonecraft is widely recognized today as one of the foundational thinkers of modern feminism. But for much of history, her ideas were not simply debated, they were often dismissed, simplified, or misunderstood. Her work was far more complex than the labels later attached to her, and her legacy was shaped as much by how people reacted to her life as by what she actually wrote. The result is a long historical gap between the depth of her ideas and the way she was perceived. Understanding why she was misunderstood for generations requires looking not only at her philosophy, but also at the social environment that received it. Wollstonecraft lived in the late 18th century, a time when political and intellectual revolutions were reshaping Europe. Ideas about rights, liberty, and human equality were being discussed with new intensity, but these conversations were still largely limited in scope when it came to gender. In this context, Wollstonecraft's argument that women deserved rational education and moral independence challenged deeply entrenched assumptions about the role of women in society. She was not simply asking for minor reforms. She was questioning the intellectual foundations of inequality itself. This alone made her work controversial in her own time. One of the reasons she was misunderstood is that her arguments were often reduced to emotional reactions rather than examined as philosophical claims. Critics frequently focused on her personal life rather than engaging fully with her reasoning. This pattern reflects a broader tendency in intellectual history, where women thinkers were often judged through moral or personal lenses rather than purely intellectual ones. As a result, Wollstonecraft's work was not always received on its own terms. Instead, it was filtered through social expectations about femininity, respectability, and behavior. There is also a structural reason for her long misunderstanding. Ideas that challenge existing systems of power often take generations to be fully absorbed. Wollstonecraft's writing questioned assumptions about education, virtue, and rational capacity that were deeply embedded in European society. Even when her arguments were logically sound, they required a shift in cultural perspective to be fully appreciated. Societies do not easily reorganize their understanding of human roles, especially when those roles are tied to tradition, religion, and law. This means that her work existed ahead of the social conditions needed to fully recognize its implications. Another factor in her misinterpretation was the way later generations framed her legacy. Instead of engaging with the full scope of her philosophical work, many early commentators focused selectively on certain aspects of her life, using them to simplify or discredit her ideas. This created a distorted image that persisted for a long time. Once a simplified narrative takes hold in public memory, it can overshadow more nuanced interpretations, even when better scholarship becomes available later. Wollstonecraft's intellectual contributions were often overshadowed by a narrative that reduced her to a symbolic figure rather than a complex thinker. At the core of her philosophy was a belief in reason as a universal human capacity. She argued that women were not naturally inferior in intellect, but were prevented from developing their abilities due to lack of education and social restriction. This idea seems straightforward today, but in her time it directly confronted widely accepted beliefs about natural hierarchy. The challenge was not only intellectual but emotional for many readers, because it required reconsidering long-held assumptions about gender and authority. There is also a psychological dimension to why her ideas were resisted. People often experience discomfort when confronted with arguments that challenge deeply internalized social structures. Rather than immediately revising those structures, it is easier to question the credibility of the person presenting the argument. This dynamic contributed to the long period during which Wollstonecraft's ideas were not fully engaged on their own merits. Her philosophy asked readers to rethink what they assumed was natural, and that kind of rethinking rarely happens quickly. What makes her story particularly significant is that over time, many of the ideas she was dismissed for advocating have become central to modern discussions of education, rights, and equality. This does not mean her work is interpreted uniformly today, but it does show how intellectual legacies can shift as societies change. Her eventual recognition reflects not a change in the validity of her ideas, but a change in the willingness of later generations to engage with them more seriously. That is why Mary Wollstonecraft was misunderstood for generations. Her ideas arrived before the cultural framework existed to fully accept them, and her legacy was filtered through social biases that prioritized biography over philosophy. In the end, her story reveals how long it can take for challenging ideas to be properly understood, and how often intellectual history is shaped not only by what is said, but by when a society is ready to hear it. The dangerous gamble that defined Christopher Columbus. Christopher Columbus is often presented in simplified terms, either as a bold explorer who opened new routes across the Atlantic or as a figure defined entirely by controversy. But behind both interpretations lies a more complex reality, one shaped by risk, uncertainty, and a level of personal conviction that bordered on obsession. His story is not just about discovery. It is about a dangerous gamble that depended on incomplete knowledge, fragile political support, and an extraordinary willingness to bet everything on a belief that most experts of his time rejected. Columbus lived in an era where geographical understanding of the world was still incomplete and often inaccurate. Many educated people believed that the ocean between Europe and Asia was far larger than Columbus calculated it to be. His central claim was that Asia could be reached by sailing west across the Atlantic, a route that he believed would be shorter and more efficient than existing eastern passages. However, his estimates were based on limited information and significant miscalculations about the size of the Earth. This meant that his entire plan depended on a critical uncertainty. If the distance was greater than he believed, the voyage would likely fail before reaching any land. What makes Columbus's decision so significant is not just the idea itself, but his willingness to pursue it despite widespread doubt. He spent years trying to convince European monarchs to fund his expedition. Many rejected him because the risks appeared too high and the calculations too uncertain. From their perspective, the proposal was not simply ambitious, it was potentially disastrous. Yet Columbus persisted, adapting his arguments, seeking new patrons, and gradually refining his pitch, until he finally gained support from the Spanish crown. This persistence reveals an important psychological pattern in high-risk decision-making. When conviction is strong enough, individuals may continue pursuing goals, even in the face of repeated rejection. There is also a deeper dynamic at play in Columbus's gamble. Exploration in his time was not only about curiosity. It was tied to competition with emerging European powers seeking trade routes, wealth, and influence. This meant that decisions about funding voyages were influenced not only by scientific reasoning, but also by political calculation. Columbus was able to position his idea within this competitive environment, presenting it as an opportunity for national advantage. In doing so, he transformed a speculative theory into a strategic possibility. This shift from abstract idea to political opportunity was crucial in securing support. However, the gamble itself did not end with funding. The voyage across the Atlantic introduced a new layer of uncertainty. Navigation techniques were limited, maps were incomplete, and the psychological pressure on crews traveling into unknown waters was immense. Every day at sea increased the risk of failure, mutiny, or turning back. Columbus managed these conditions by maintaining confidence and controlling information about distance traveled, a decision that helped sustain morale, but also reflected the fragility of the situation. The success of the journey depended not only on geography, but on perception and belief. When land was finally reached, it was not the Asia Columbus had anticipated, but islands in the Caribbean. This outcome reveals one of the central paradoxes of his gamble. He succeeded in reaching land across the Atlantic, but not the destination he had intended. The consequences of this mismatch between expectation and reality would unfold over centuries, shaping global history in ways that could not have been fully predicted at the time. The gamble succeeded in opening a new chapter of exploration, but it also initiated complex and far-reaching consequences that extended well beyond its original intention. There is a broader lesson embedded in Columbus's story about the nature of high-risk ambition. Bold decisions often depend on incomplete information, and the boundary between success and failure can be narrower than it appears in advance. Columbus's journey illustrates how conviction can drive action even when evidence is uncertain, and how outcomes can diverge significantly from original goals. In this sense, his gamble was not only geographical but epistemological. It was a wager on what was possible despite not fully knowing what lay ahead. That is why the dangerous gamble that defined Christopher Columbus continues to be studied and debated. His voyage represents both the power and the unpredictability of human ambition. It shows how belief, risk, and uncertainty can combine to produce outcomes that reshape history, even when the original assumptions behind those actions turn out to be incomplete or mistaken. In the end, Columbus's legacy is inseparable from the gamble that defined it, a gamble that succeeded in ways he expected and failed in ways he could never have fully imagined. How David Hume faced criticism with calm indifference. David Hume is often remembered as one of the most influential philosophers of the Enlightenment, a thinker who challenged deeply held assumptions about knowledge, causation, and human understanding. His ideas were radical for his time, and they placed him in direct conflict with many of the intellectual and religious authorities of 18th century Europe. Yet what is equally remarkable as his philosophy is his temperament. Hume faced criticism that might have unsettled or even destroyed the reputation of many thinkers, but he met it with a kind of calm indifference that became part of his intellectual identity. His response to opposition reveals not only his personality, but also his understanding of how ideas survive in the world. Hume's philosophical work questioned the foundations of certainty itself. He argued that much of what humans consider knowledge is built on habit rather than rational proof, especially in areas like causation and induction. These claims were unsettling because they implied that human reason is far more limited than commonly assumed. Naturally, such ideas drew strong criticism from those who believed that philosophy and science rested on more stable foundations. In some cases, Hume's work was rejected not just intellectually but also socially, as it was seen as undermining moral and religious certainty for a thinker living in a society where religion and tradition carried significant authority. This kind of opposition could have been personally and professionally damaging. Despite this, Hume did not respond to criticism with emotional defensiveness or public confrontation. Instead, he often maintained a composed and detached attitude toward his critics. This was not indifference born of ignorance, but rather a deliberate stance shaped by his broader philosophy. Hume believed that human beliefs are influenced more by emotion, custom, and psychology than by pure reason. From this perspective, disagreement was not surprising. It was expected. If people form beliefs through habit and social influence, then resistance to new ideas is a natural outcome of how the mind works. This understanding allowed Hume to interpret criticism as a reflection of human nature rather than a personal attack. There is also a practical dimension to Hume's calm response. He understood that intellectual change rarely happens quickly. Ideas that challenge established frameworks often face resistance before they are accepted, if they are accepted at all. Rather than becoming consumed by immediate reactions, Hume appeared more interested in the long-term survival of ideas. He focused on clarity, consistency, and refinement in his writing, trusting that over time, arguments would be judged more by their strength than by their initial reception. This long view reduced the emotional weight of criticism and allowed him to remain steady even when facing disagreement. Psychologically, Hume's attitude reflects a high level of emotional detachment from external validation. Many individuals tie their sense of worth closely to how their ideas are received by others. Praise reinforces confidence, while criticism can create doubt or defensiveness. Hume's approach suggests a different relationship between identity and intellectual work. By separating personal value from public reaction, he was able to engage with criticism without being destabilized by it. This does not mean he was unaffected, but rather that he did not allow external judgment to dictate his internal state. It is also important to note that Hume's calmness did not mean passivity. He continued to revise, defend, and publish his ideas throughout his life. His indifference was not withdrawal, but composure. He remained active in intellectual circles, engaged in correspondence, and participated in debates, but without the urgency or emotional volatility that characterized many of his contemporaries. This balance between engagement and detachment helped him maintain consistency in his work even in the face of opposition. Over time, many of Hume's ideas became foundational to later philosophical and scientific thinking, even though they were controversial when first introduced. This outcome highlights one of the implicit insights behind his attitude toward criticism. Immediate reactions are not always reliable indicators of long-term significance. Ideas often require time to be understood, absorbed, and reassessed. Hume's calm indifference can therefore be seen not only as a personality trait, but as a strategic recognition of how intellectual influence actually develops. That is why David Hume's response to criticism remains notable. His calmness was not a lack of conviction, but a reflection of his understanding of human nature and intellectual progress. By refusing to be destabilized by opposition, he demonstrated a way of engaging with disagreement that prioritized clarity over reaction and endurance over immediacy. In doing so, he showed that ideas do not need emotional defense to survive, only time, coherence, and the willingness to withstand the initial resistance that often accompanies genuine challenge. The lesson of limits from Carl Linnaeus. Carl Linnaeus is often celebrated as the father of modern taxonomy, the scientist who brought order to the natural world by creating a system for naming and classifying living organisms. His work made it possible to organize the chaos of biological diversity into structured categories, giving science a shared language to describe life on Earth. From the outside, his achievement looks like a triumph of human reason over confusion, a moment where knowledge finally imposed structure on nature. But beneath that accomplishment lies a deeper lesson about limits, both in nature and in human understanding, that Linnaeus gradually came to recognize through his own scientific journey. Linnaeus began his work with the belief that nature could be neatly organized into fixed categories. He developed a system of classification that grouped plants and animals based on shared physical characteristics, creating a framework that was both elegant and practical. This system brought clarity to a field that had previously been inconsistent and fragmented. For the first time, scientists could communicate about species using standardized names and categories. However, as Linnaeus continued his studies, he encountered increasing complexity that did not always fit neatly into his original framework. One of the key challenges he faced was the variability within species. Nature does not always present clear boundaries. Some organisms exhibit gradual differences rather than distinct separations, making it difficult to determine where one category ends and another begins. Linnaeus attempted to address this by refining his classifications, but he also began to see that his system, while useful, was not a perfect reflection of nature itself. Instead, it was a human tool designed to manage complexity, not eliminate it. This realization marked an important shift in his thinking about the limits of scientific classification. There is a deeper intellectual lesson embedded in this tension. Human beings naturally seek order and structure because it makes the world easier to understand. Classification systems like Linnaeus's reflect the desire to impose clarity on complexity. But nature does not always conform to human expectations of neat divisions. Instead, it often exists in gradients, overlaps, and exceptions. Linnaeus's work highlights the gap between human models and natural reality. Even the most effective systems are simplifications, not complete representations. As his influence grew, Linnaeus's system became widely adopted, which reinforced both its strengths and its limitations. On one hand, it transformed biology into a more organized and systematic science. On the other hand, it also encouraged the assumption that nature could always be cleanly categorized. Later scientific developments would challenge this assumption, especially with the emergence of evolutionary theory, which revealed that species are not fixed entities, but dynamic populations that change over time. This introduced a new understanding of biological limits, showing that classification is not just about labeling static forms, but about interpreting ongoing processes. Linnaeus himself lived before these later developments, but his work indirectly exposed the need for them. By pushing classification as far as it could go within the knowledge of his time, he revealed the power and the boundaries of structural thinking. His system was not wrong, but it was incomplete. It worked within certain limits, and those limits became more visible as science advanced. This is one of the most important lessons from his legacy. Even the most successful frameworks eventually encounter boundaries that require revision or expansion. There is also a psychological dimension to Linnaeus's contribution. The desire to classify and organize is deeply rooted in human cognition. It reduces uncertainty and creates a sense of control over complexity. But Linnaeus's experience shows that this impulse must be balanced with humility. When classification becomes rigid, it risks overlooking the fluidity of the natural world. Recognizing limits is not a failure of science, but a necessary part of its growth. It allows systems to evolve as new information becomes available. What makes Linnaeus's story particularly meaningful is that his work did not lose value because of its limits. Instead, it gained lasting significance because it defined a structure that others could refine and expand. His system became a foundation, not a final answer. It provided a starting point for understanding biological diversity, even as later science revealed deeper layers of complexity. That is why the lesson of limits from Carl Linnaeus remains important. His work shows that human understanding always operates within boundaries, and that even the most successful systems are shaped by the constraints of their time. Linnaeus did not eliminate the complexity of nature. He organized it in a way that made it possible to study, revealing both the power of structure and the inevitability of its limits. In the end, his legacy is not just about classification, but about learning how to work within the boundaries of what can be known, while remaining open to what lies beyond them. Why Toussaint Louverture never saw the freedom he fought for. Toussaint Louverture is often remembered as one of the most remarkable leaders of revolutionary history, a man who helped turn a slave uprising in Saint-Domingue into the Haitian Revolution, the only successful slave revolt that led to the creation of an independent state. From a distance, his story can look like a clear victory for freedom, a moment where courage and strategy overcame one of the most brutal systems in human history. But the reality of his life is far more tragic. Toussaint fought for freedom in principle, helped build the conditions for it in practice, and yet never lived to see the final independence of the nation he helped shape. His story is not just about revolution. It is about how freedom, once set in motion, can become larger than the individual who first fought for it. At the heart of Toussaint's life was a constant struggle between ideals and political reality. The Haitian Revolution was not a simple conflict between enslaved people and colonial powers. It was a complex web of competing interests involving France, Spain, Britain, plantation owners, and different factions within the revolutionary movement itself. Toussaint had to navigate this unstable environment while trying to maintain both military control and political legitimacy. He understood that ending slavery alone was not enough. A functioning society had to be built in its place. This meant negotiating, compromising, and sometimes making decisions that appeared contradictory to the very idea of absolute liberation. One of the key tensions in Toussaint's leadership was his relationship with France. At different points, he aligned himself with French authorities, believing that abolition could be secured within the framework of the French Republic. This strategy was based on the assumption that political promises could be stabilized through loyalty and negotiation. However, the situation in France was constantly changing, especially during the Revolutionary and Napoleonic periods. Shifts in leadership and policy meant that agreements made in one moment could be overturned in the next. Toussaint was operating in a world where political continuity could not be guaranteed, even when formal commitments existed. There is also a psychological dimension to Toussaint's struggle. Leaders of revolutions often face the challenge of turning moral clarity into practical governance. Fighting against oppression creates a clear emotional narrative, but building institutions requires compromise, structure, and long-term planning. Toussaint had to transition from a military leader into a political administrator, managing labor systems, economic production, and social order in a society emerging from slavery. This transition is one of the most difficult transformations in political history, because the skills required for liberation are not identical to the skills required for governance. The tragic turning point in Toussaint's life came when French forces, under Napoleon's government, moved to reassert control over Saint-Domingue and reverse aspects of the revolution. Despite Toussaint's efforts to maintain stability and negotiate political solutions, he was eventually captured through deception. He was taken and imprisoned in harsh conditions in the Jura Mountains, where he spent his final months in isolation and declining health. This removal from the place he helped transform is one of the most painful elements of his story. He was physically separated from the revolution at the very moment when its future was still being decided. Toussaint never witnessed the final independence of Haiti, which was declared after years of continued following his death. The revolution succeeded, but it did so without its most prominent early leader. This creates a paradox in his legacy. He was essential to the movement's survival and direction, yet absent from its final outcome. His life demonstrates how historical change often exceeds the lifespan of the individuals who initiate it. Movements continue even when their founders are no longer present to see the results. There is also a broader lesson about the nature of freedom itself embedded in his story. Freedom is not a single event. It is a process that involves conflict, institution building, and long-term instability. Toussaint understood this more than most of his contemporaries, which is why he focused not only on ending slavery, but also on maintaining agricultural production and social order. Yet even with this foresight, he could not fully control the external forces that shaped the fate of the revolution. International politics, military intervention, and shifting alliances all influenced outcomes beyond his control. What makes Toussaint Louverture's story particularly powerful is that his absence from the final victory does not diminish his role in making it possible. Instead, it highlights a recurring truth in history. Those who ignite major transformations are not always the ones who witness their completion. The scale of change often outgrows individual lifetimes, carrying forward ideas and struggles that continue independently of their originators. That is why Toussaint Louverture never saw the freedom he fought for. His life stands as a reminder that revolutionary change is rarely contained within the boundaries of a single life. He helped set in motion a process that would ultimately lead to independence, but he also lived within the harsh reality that the path from resistance to freedom is long, unstable, and often personally incomplete for those who begin it. In the end, his legacy is not defined by what he failed to see, but by what he made impossible to ignore.